Hello, good morning. Welcome along to the MODUS Super Series for Wednesday's action from the live lounge here in Portsmouth. By the end of the day, we'll know our first player through to finals night on Saturday, and it is a must-see day. Steve Brown ended the day pointless. He had some moments of brilliance like this 150. Today is about getting him ready for Group C. David Schlichting didn't quite replicate the strong end to day one. 8 points means he's looking for a strong day for Group B darts. Tom Lonsdale put in the performance of the week so far. 113.43 v Reece Robinson, but 8 points is his tally for the 2 days. Jarno Bottenberg looked steady throughout yesterday, winning 4 from 5 to put him on 12 points. Lee Cox has been doing all that's been asked of him. 14 points puts him in a group winning equation. But he needs to dislodge Mr. Must-See, Reece Robinson, who would like to add another group win to his human highlight reel. And so the day after England qualified for the European Championships in the football, well, could an Englishman qualify for finals night here at the Super Series? Well, Reece Robinson, Lee Cox could well be on their way. Matthew Edgar is alongside me up here on the arch that is the balcony here at the live lounge. And it's an interesting day ahead of us.
Ahead of us, that's the key thing. I think every time we come to a Wednesday, we can look back, we can try and get some indication, we can try and get some vibes of what we're seeing over the last couple of days. Certainly the table's going to help shape that story for us. However, it's all about what's in front of us here. We are going to cut these players up today and divvy them into their routes that they're going to go. Only one player is going to get a place in Saturday night. The rest we're going to see tomorrow and Friday. And there's going to be so many stories develop as the day goes on.
We talk about cutting up and dissecting. I suppose it's like we've got David Schlichting here because he's doing a university degree in biology. Right, this is the table after 2 days' play here at the Live Lounge. Reece Robinson tops the pile, 2 points ahead of Lee Cox, and 2 points ahead. And there was times yesterday where Lee really could have made that more even.
There was a head-to-head clash between the two players where they both went in on level points, and that was the moment for Lee Cox where he could have gone and put himself at the top of the table. He's coming in today full of confidence. He knows what he's capable of and knows he's got the ability to go through the card. But I'm looking one further down on this list. I'm looking at Jarno Bottenberg. Now, he's someone who impressed me on day one, and I was surprised with the lack of results he got, considering how good he looked. And then yesterday, he got on a run of wins. He got 4 back-to-back wins, brings that form in today. I think he's going to be the guy that really spoils that party at the top of the table, and he's going to have a say.
Yeah, me, you and Phil Barnes is going to be on commentary in a few seconds' time. We're talking about him. And he's the type of player that we've seen so many times come through this ADC European system that keeps themselves steady. May not always get the headlines because it may be somebody else. But when it comes to the latter end of the week, you'll see the best stuff from them.
More often than not, he's averaging over 90. And that is a very good standard of darts. We know he's going to go to Lakeside at the back end of this year. He won his qualification place there in Asan last year before the World Masters event. And to come through that sort of field as well just shows you that he's got the quality and he's got the game. I think he's a player that we're going to see on Saturday night. It's just a case of how does he get there? Does he go through this or does he go through Group B? If he goes through this, he's going to have a lot go his way. But on final day, on decision day, like it is today, this is where he starts to get those peculiar results.
As Rod Stubb would say, any outcome is possible, no matter how unlikely it may seem. Right, let's have a look and see what the betting is saying. About today's action, well, they have Reece Robinson as from the onsets, as from yesterday, as again today, the heavy favourite. He's now come into 2-7.
It's probably correct his favourite on the basis of what we've seen from him so far this week. He's not at a daily average under 90. The first day was better than Luke Littler when he was here, our back-to-back champion. So I get it, but like I've said all along, I just think he's a bit too short, especially when there's only at 2 points. It draws attention to the second game that Reece Robinson will play with Lee Cox, because that will be one of those games where he could see that leg difference and that points get a little bit tighter.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that one pans out. Right, let's have a look at today's bet builder and see what you're having a punt on at home. It pays just under 11 to 1 today. We begin with a handicap betting. Bottenberg -1.5 against Steve Brands. That's a 4-2 better victory for the Dutchman at 5 to 4. Lee Cox over 0.518. So that's a maximum more against Tom Lonsdale. And then Bottenberg again in the 180 stakes to hit 2 against Lee. Some thoughts on them?
Well, again, over 10 to 1, our punters have got very excited after yesterday's landing at 11 to 1. But it was that bottom one, 2 to 1, that really drew my attention, because I think that's the sort of game we're going to get a lot of legs in. And because of that, I think maybe at 2 to 1, there's quite a sizable amount of value in there. Lee Cox says that his strength in darts is his scoring power. We saw that yesterday with a lot of 140s. Can he convert that into a few 180s at 2 to 1? I think it's a fair shout.
Could well be wearing the Spider-Man pyjamas later on this afternoon. Right, let's get into today's action then, shall we? Because David Schlichting is in action first up against Rhys Robinson. Matthew Edgar's going to make his way down to the commentary box to describe all the action in the company of Phil Bars. Good morning, Phil.
Good morning, Henry, and thank you very much. Welcome along, everyone, to our viewers on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. The final day of action in Group A of Week 11 sees the league leader, Rhys Robinson, get us underway. And he's 2 points clear. And he can make a real statement here in the opening game of the session and say to Lee Cox, catch me if you can. But I've been impressed with David Schlichting. He's played some solid enough stuff, considering he's still relatively young in his darting career. There's a lot to like, and I'm sure he's learning an awful lot.
First leg, it's Rhys to throw first. Game on.
As Jack Garwood, our referee, gets us underway, and Matt has raced down the stairs to join me. I was just saying, Matt, that Rhys throwing first is a real plus point for him.
108!
And he starts with a max. Mr. Must-See means business.
Absolutely. He'd been in this position many times before. He's won weeks
60.
here, so he knows what it takes to win these sort of groups. And he's starting here absolutely superbly. Oh, my.
60.
2 darts rejected.
I suppose at least the only plus point is it wasn't 3.
Now, I'm sure if you asked Rhys,
58.
certainly in the practice room at the end of this, he will tell you that that was a 180. Because every time you get a bounce out, it's always in.
41. $100. $100.
Rhys in control here. Can he take out the Shanghai?
59. Rhys, you require 120.
Can he move past the blocker? No is the answer, but he will be back. Just looking to set this up.
56.
So
45.
64
Rhys,
will
you
be the
require
16's
64.
corridor. Treble 8, 16 leaves double 8,
Shot
and
on
that
the
is
first leg,
clinical
Rhys Robinson.
from Rhys Robinson.
That's how you start your day, isn't it? When you're on a sort of a
Second
nervy
leg,
day, a
it's David to
decision
throw
day, a day
first.
that means
Game on.
that you are the front runner, because some people don't like front running in darts or in sport in general. And you tend to find when you're front running
97.
that you've got something to lose, especially when you're coming in 2 to 7 favourite to win the week. You're sort of coming in with almost feeling you've got something already, where everybody else is coming in almost
128.
trying to chase you down, not worrying about what's behind them, not looking over their shoulder, where Reese is doing that and essentially is coming in here, swatting them away like flies.
134.
Yeah, and I know, just listening to you and Henry up on the balcony, how important are these first 2 rounds of fixtures
58.
for both Reese and Lee?
Oh, they're absolutely vital, because the issue you're going to have is you're either going to make people
134.
feel like they're getting further away from it, or you're going to make them feel like they're getting more involved. And we don't tend to have scoreboard pressure in darts, but you do here at the Super Series. We've got that scoreboard pressure coming from the table, because what people don't do is do what I would say is the most logical
David,
thing.
you require 136.
Come in here and say, right, if I get to 24 points, I can't be caught. So that's what I need to do for my week, or 22 points. So have a
60.
set target of points. What they do is they play it with a live table. So where those fixtures come, who they're against, quite often can be quite decisive through
90.
the story that the players will
David,
take
you
themselves
require
on.
76.
Can he clip the barrel or move in? He's
60.
clipped the barrel, but he's gone the other side.
Reese, you require 142.
But it's been a good response from the Turtle here in leg 2.
$62. David, you require 16.
So 8 for Schlichting to take leg 2.
Game
And
shot
this
on the
time
second leg.
absolutely
David
nails
Schlichting.
it. We are level. 1 apiece. And every leg
Third leg, it's Reese to
that
throw
Schlichting
first.
can take here
Game on.
will be music to the ears of Lee Cox in the practice room.
I have noticed there is a sizable amount of support
41.
for David Schlichting throughout our social medias. And, you know, like you get a flock of
99.
seagulls and you get all those different type of groups of animals. Do you know a group of turtles is actually called a bale?
A bale of turtles.
92.
So do we call it the support for David Schlichting the Bale Army?
It's got to play, that's for sure.
92.
I'm interested to see how many coloured versions of that shirt Schlichting has, because
100.
day 3, it's the same pattern, a different colour. I'm interested to see how many are in the wardrobe.
Should be 6.
95.
Or did he go really confident and just bring 4, thinking I'll win Group A and then 1 for Saturday?
If he gets to Saturday, it has to be big and bold, doesn't it?
98.
I don't think we're going to get anything too flashy. I don't think he's going to come in here with a mohawk and a flashy Peter Wright jumper.
100. Reese, you require
All of a sudden, there's a
170.
little bit of pressure here on the Reese Robinson throw. The 170 isn't going to go. So Schlichting is looking at
96.
115
David,
for
you
a
require
break.
115.
Wrong side of the wire. That's unlucky. It's a well-thrown dart, Matt, isn't it? But just the wrong side.
47.
And there's no
Reese,
guarantees
you
here
require
on 74. What?
You and I both glanced at each other in horror.
If he hits 25, he leaves 49. So he's thrown ball double 12.
36. David, you require 68.
Answers on a postcard?
I don't think a postcard's big enough to explain what we've just seen. I think we might need an A3 sheet of paper.
48. Reese, you require
He's gotten away with
38.
it for now because he has got 3 clear darts at double 19. 3 for double 17, double 1.
Game shot on the
He
third
wasn't
leg.
going
Reese
for that, was he,
Robinson.
Matt? That was for a 3. Or is it because it is Reese Robinson? We're unsure.
Fourth leg.
Look.
It's David to throw first. Game on.
I get it when you're 3-0 up and you're cruising at the top of the table. He's not that clear. He's not in a position here
82.
of sheer dominance in the table. He's in a position he still needs to do stuff, and I'm very surprised by these plays. Very, very surprised.
Is that a sign of nerves that he's trying to do
95.
something out of the box just to calm himself down, or is it lack of clarity?
I think it's part of him trying to put on a show because of the words that
57.
he has said in his interview that he was last time here and the interview he did at the start of play on Monday. But there's a time and a place for that, and this ain't the time.
134.
Certainly the place for it, though. We've seen some cracking stuff on that
85.
stage. That Jared Cole 160 the other week. 60 bull. Oh,
120.
but I genuinely don't think at 1-all
45.
I'm ever going to see
Reach your
bull
require
double 12 ever attempted
152.
again at 74 with your opponent on 68. He's going for the
95.
bull in the setup shot here. He went bull to lead double 16. What is going on? Please tell me you're making more sense of this than I am, because this is mind-boggling.
I have absolutely no idea.
And despite it,
88.
he's got 57 to go 3-1
Reach
up.
your require 57.
Let's put
37.
this another way, because he is in a position here
David,
where he
you
could be
require
about to go 3-1 ahead
144.
unless David Schlichting can take out the 144, which he could. Is this a case of Reece Robinson is the better player and he's
88.
just trying to assert that dominance
Reece
and say,
required
I'm the
20.
better player on this board, regardless?
Possibly, but I also just think that what we've seen, that
15.
this is him in a nutshell.
David, you require 56.
That it is this maverick style, this flair. Doesn't make it right, but I just think that's the way he plays, on instinct almost. I fancy doing this.
36. Reach your require 5.
David Schlichting's had a couple of chances here to punish Reece Robinson's mistakes.
Game shot on the
But
four
there is
flag.
no
Reece
more
Robinson.
mistakes here from Reece Robinson. And he looks very disappointed with being 3-1 up and potentially opening a 4-point gap at the top of the table.
Fifth leg. It's Reece
Are
to throw
we
first.
seeing
Game on.
unfold before our eyes the reason Reece Robinson has not found that next level?
Quite possibly. Because some of his decisions
37.
you wouldn't get away with against the elite. He has the game to compete against the elite, but maybe just needs to tweak the mindset.
99.
Especially if he plays the elite in this sense, he won't get away with those sort of mistakes. It'd be like Accrington Stanley trying to apply high press against
56.
Liverpool. You're just going to get pulled apart.
$81.
I appreciate Reece's winning, but just looking at the stats and the manner of his game, this will give
26.
the others confidence that they can get to the leader today.
Showing vulnerability. And again, that's the danger of doing the things he's doing. Yes, if it had gone in, it had stamped
96.
authority and made people sit in the back room and go, wow, he can just hit whatever he wants. But on the same aspect, he's now showing just a little bit of frailty that could get exposed. We've got some good players in this group. Jarno
58.
Bottenberg and Lee Cox chasing him down at the top. And I think Jarno Bottenberg's going to play quite a sizable part in today's action.
I completely agree. And
80.
listening to you speak with Henry up on the balcony, I think he's the spoiler today.
128.
Absolutely. He just come up in our next
David,
game,
you
taking on
require
bottom of the table, Steve
145.
Brown. In the game, I'm surprised wasn't on our bet builder this morning. I thought that would be one that our
87.
followers and fans would have been jumping all over this morning.
Yeah, I completely agree that you and I had the conversation when we were doing our
135.
research and
David,
prep
you require
this morning. I
58.
think they have that priced very wrong. But it's 2 darts at tops for Schlichting. And he can't
38.
hit. Is that
Reach you require
game
61.
over? Tops for Robinson.
Game shot.
Robinson
Undermatch.
hits, and the
Reece
league
Robinson.
leader extends his lead at the top of the Group A table. The gap is now 4 points, and he says to Lee Cox, catch me if you can. Scoring power was too much in this one for him, but coming up after the break, we are going to see Steve Brown against Jarno Bottenberg.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. So before the break, we saw Reece Robinson, the table topper overnight, extend his advantage to 4 points after a 4-1 victory over David Schlichting. Next up for us, it's Steve Brown in action up against Jarno Bottenberg. He's looking to put himself into that particular equation himself. Watching this one in the commentary box is back to Matt and Phil.
Welcome back, everyone, for match number 2 of 15 here on this final day of Group A. And this is one we were looking at earlier, Matt, that the bookies have this one close in the odds, but not for us.
Not on the evidence of what we've seen so far. Steve Brown's only won 1 game out of his 10 matches, and he really struggles early in the morning. He has been telling us about the problem with a bit of sciatica, and with that, he's not going to enjoy these cold mornings. It's going to flare up a little bit more under those circumstances.
First
and when we
leg,
look
it's
at
Steve to throw first. Game on.
those early fixtures, a 70.65 and a 65.10 have been his opening averages of the day.
97.
But I did see on my way up to speak to Henry, Steve Brown was on that practice board, and
93.
did seem to have a bit more sort of flow about him. Seemed to be moving around a bit more fluently.
140.
He looks more relaxed today on the stage as well. The action looks
96.
more free-flowing. That it's not quite as tight and as tense as we've seen.
It's quicker. The approach to the oki is quicker. The
94.
throwing of the dart is quicker. There's a lot more pace. It's less deliberate. Less trying to make sure of something and just
58.
letting something come
Steve, you
through.
require 170. 70.
For Jarno, it's been an impressive debut so far. He's on a run of 4 wins.
140. Steve, you require 100.
Only lost one yesterday, and that was fixture number 1.
25. Jarno, you
A little
require
bit of an opening
114.
here for Jarno. In a leg where it looked like Steve Brown was going to run away with it. It's tops.
94.
That's a long way off.
Steve, you
That is
require
a-
75.
Monday morning style dart on a Wednesday.
Game shot on the first
Huge
leg.
moment
Steve
for Steve
Brown.
Brown there. Pins the 75. But going back to the Bottenberg finish, I just think that dart 1 was perhaps blocking. He's tried to go up, force it over
Second
the
leg,
top
it's
and got
Jarno
the
to throw
release wrong.
first.
This
Game
looped
on.
it a little bit.
100.
When I came in this morning and you look through the fixtures, and I certainly wouldn't have picked this one to be one of the pacier games of the day.
100.
But they're both clipping along here at quite a pace.
Yeah, they are
57.
rattling through, that's for sure.
85. 93.
I do think the pace, I'm interested to see how it's going to suit Jarno, because I think he's one of those players that are really going to suit
95.
being up against someone who goes along at a bit of a clip like Steve Brown is doing in this one. My only concern here for Jarno is would
57.
he have expected this, because this is a much quicker Steve Brown than we're used to seeing.
Yeah, the other thing as well is, can Steve keep this
125.
pace up for a prolonged period? Because when you are used to playing at a certain pace, you revert to type. And
134.
can he keep this up?
Steve,
It's
you
obviously
require
working for him because this
96.
is the best we've seen him all week.
It's just when it
56.
stops working
Jarno, you
and
require
you
60.
ultimately have those misses, does he then revert back to type? Or does he trust the process? Double 10 for a level game.
Game shot on the second leg. Jarno Bottenberg.
Just 3 minutes to complete those first 2 legs. Good standard, good pace.
Third leg, it's Steve to throw
Enjoyable
first.
watch.
Game on.
Again, Steve Brown straight back in that treble.
81. 40. 100.
As well, it's a birthday in the Brown family today.
41.
Son John, who has played here regularly, his birthday today. I know you watch his dad as well, so happy birthday to John.
23.
I thought you were going to break out into full song then, Phil.
Give it an hour.
80.
Well, we've already had about 4 Christmas songs from you this morning. Starting with I Wish It Could Be Christmas Every Day.
That's how I roll.
43.
Still hoping that our
60.
studio will have a festive feel to it in the near future.
Well, I could put a tree just the opposite side now where the banners are.
60.
Just to the right-hand side of your screen there. Nice Christmas tree. Bit of tinsel around the room.
56. 85.
That's the issue that we see there from Steve, that when he isn't quite set properly or the
100.
stance isn't quite
Steve, you
right,
require 109.
that sciatic nerve is causing issues.
That was
69.
a sloppy
Yano,
dart.
you
You'd have
require
thought he was going for the 9, the way
124.
he's hit that so far in the actual target. But he will come back
63. Steve, you require
to
40.
regain the
Game
advantage.
shot on the third leg. Steve Brown.
Smart, tidy darts there from Steve Brown again. This is a... Well, it's a much
Fourth
improved
leg,
Steve
it's
Brown.
Yano to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, the first 3 legs of this contest is the best we've seen him in Group A.
57.
So it looks as if he's finding something ahead of his Group C campaign.
82.
Which is exactly what we predicted at the start of the week. We predicted he'd get better as it went, and he did.
140.
Monday averaged 74 for the day. Yesterday averaged 77 for the day. That is still way below Steve Brown's expected levels and standards.
85.
But it's going the right direction. And already today the early signs are that
100.
could be on the way to another better performance.
100.
But cast you back just 24 hours. Steve Brown in this fixture, fixture number 1, averaged 65.10
90.
and didn't even get a dart at the double. Lost 4-0.
60.
Didn't really
Yano, you
utilise the
require
board there to
114.
guarantee himself a finish, so that does guarantee Yano 6 darts at the 114.
94.
And again, he's low on the tops, and you can see from that hand signal just indicating it's a bit floaty, a bit loopy.
Yeah, not found the range on top yet at all. That's 2 darts and 2 darts that have both
100.
been low as well.
Yano, you require 20.
But double 10 to level us
Game
up.
shot on the fourth leg. Yano
And
Bottomberg.
that's exactly what it is. 2-2 here in Game 2. And a thoroughly entertaining contest so far as well.
Fifth leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on. 58. $140.
Is this the leg where Yano attempts the move?
100.
Another big visit here. And Steve Brown's in a bit of trouble.
134.
The 1 treble would have been fine because it's still forcing Steve into 2 because of the 3 on the end of his score. However, the second treble has just made it
140.
big advantage Yano. Despite the 140 of Brown, it's still in the hands of Bottenberg.
91.
This has to be big from Brown, and it's not going to be.
Might see him move over to the 18s here.
26.
I think that's what he was doing.
Yano, you require 136.
But is that what we were saying before about not being set with Steve Brown?
46.
And not really much damage done from Yano. So Steve Brown still in this, still got a chance to hold on to his throw.
50.
But it just feels like it's
Yano, you
breaking
require
down a little
90.
bit at the moment for Brown.
They felt too quick. Double 15 for a break of throw.
60. Steve, you require
And it
127.
goes missing. Is it going to be 127 in game for the bomber? He's got the ball.
84.
Comes up short.
Yano, you require 30. Game shot on the fifth leg. Yano Bottenberg.
I question something there for Steve Brown. And I'm sorry, if you play darts at
Sixth
home,
leg,
please
it's
close
Yano
your
to
ears
throw
because I'm
first.
probably going to
Game
complicate
on.
your whole life for you right now. Did Steve Brown throw that dart on a massive
57.
inhale?
Yes.
It looked like he threw it as inhaling, which as you're inhaling, you're growing and expanding. I'm not surprised the dart dropped so violently low.
180. $45.
But a maximum at the start of this leg for Brown.
100.
He has stolen the darts from Jarno here, and he's favourite to break back at the moment.
Oh, massive favourite. Jarno in a bit
59.
of bother here. He did the hard work. He got a throw from Brown. But as always, Steve Brown fighting his way
60.
back into contention.
Yeah, down to a finish after 9. And he's not going to have to go
115.
the blockbuster
Steve, you
route
require
here.
161.
Sensible experience from the bomber.
121.
He's only had 4 darts at a double today. Hit
100.
2, 50%.
Steve, you
So
require 40.
those stats suggest this should go. And that is a lovely marker for Brown.
Game shot on the sixth flag.
Fabulous
Steve
from
Brown.
Steve Brown. The disappointment of having his throw broken was banished as he breaks straight back. And now he's
Seventh and
favourite because
final
he has
leg.
the
It's
darts in
Steve
the
to throw
decider.
first. Game on.
And on all the numbers and all the stats that we ran this morning, this would be an upset.
Oh, absolutely,
40.
it'd be an upset. He's only won 1 game out of 10 so far. However, in these legs, the first 6 darts are the biggest, the key, the most crucial.
108.
And that is absolute brilliant timing to hit a 180. A smile on the face of Steve Brown. It's almost a look of resignation that here we go again.
45.
And those 3 miles away. And there's the 6 darts exchange I was talking about.
136.
This is absolutely sensational from Jarno Bottenberg.
95.
He was under pressure. The disappointment of not sealing the match last time out. And he's come out with this.
61.
Down to 124 after 9 on the Steve Brown darts.
This has to be a max. It can't be. That guarantees
121.
6 darts at
Jarno, you
124. This
require
could be a setup shot.
124. 92.
Perfect setup shot. Big, big last start. 12 darts. He's left himself double 16. And Steve Brown can just hit and hope.
66. Jarno, you
And he's
require
not really
32.
done a lot of damage. So here we go for Jarno Bottenberg. Double 8.
Game
And
shot.
seals
And the
it.
match. Jarno
It's a break of
Bottenberg.
throw in the deciding leg for the Dutchman as he seals a 4-3 victory over Steve Brown. But plenty of plus signs for the bomber. That's the best we've seen him consistently in a game. 81-76 for him. But it is Jarno Bottenberg that takes the points 4-3. Coming up after the break, Tom Lonsdale against Lee Cox.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. The Jarno Bottenberg's got his first win of the day, but he was made to work for it. Going all the way to a last leg decider against Steve Brown. 4-3 victory there for the Dutchman. That's on the back of Reece Robinson beating David Schlichting in the first game. Next up for us, Tom Lonsdale is in action. He posted the highest average of the week so far, averaging 113 against Reece Robinson yesterday. That was a highlight reel against the Mr. Human highlight reel. He's up against Lee Cox, who begins the day second in the league table, looking to make it back through to a finals night here at the Super Series. And earlier on this morning, Phil Barrs caught up with him.
Lee, here we are, final day of Group A. How would you sum up your campaign so far?
Bit patchy, up and down. Good day yesterday, I felt. It was a bit better than Monday.
Yeah, apologies about that. Just slight loss of pictures on that one. So apologies that we weren't able to bring that to you. So Lee is in action against Tom Lonsdale, and we will head down to the commentary box where Phil did have a catch over. What exactly was he saying down there, Phil?
It was just, he still feels he can win this Group A. He was looking at it. He knows the first 2 rounds of fixtures are so important in this one because Reece obviously threw first, and then he plays Reece in the second game. So obviously he knows that he has to get 6 points from these first 2 rounds of fixtures to stand a chance. And we were chatting about this, Matt, weren't we? That it's so vital now for Lee because Reece has applied the pressure by getting the points on the board.
Scoreboard pressure. It doesn't happen anywhere other than maybe the Grand Slam, probably the only other place in the world of darts that we sort of get this environment where you've got to play to a league table. It's normally knockout darts in darts. We don't have it anywhere else. So absolutely, the pressure's been applied to Lee Cox, but he knows he has to go through the card. He said that in his interview this morning, and he knows what the task is, so it's not changed.
Yeah, and we're able to go to the stage now to get the game underway. Looking forward to this one. And Tom Lonsdale just produced fireworks yesterday with that stunning performance. Can he do something similar?
He will have it in the locker. We know he's got it in the locker, but that was a flash. And I don't think we need to look at those flashes. I think we need to look at where the line of consistency lies for Tom Lonsdale. And with that, he's going to be capable of beating Lee Cox. Absolutely. He's probably already got his fate decided. We pretty much know where he's going to be going. He's going to be going to Group C on the back of Jarno Bottenberg beating Steve Brown 4-3
First leg,
in
it's
our
Tom
last
to throw
fixture.
first.
But this
Game
fixture
on.
is all about Lee Cox. Can he keep the pressure on Reece Robinson? This is a must-win for Reece, but a want-to-win
92.
for Tom.
Yeah, I'm
100.
interested to see what reaction we get from Lee Cox if he wins this one, because I think he has to just play on emotion now and just be
59.
himself. Don't try and hold himself in.
I don't know about you, Phil, and I'll try and paint this picture for our viewers.
100.
I was sat in here this morning and I was listening in and watching in on the interview that you did with Lee Cox. And for me, in that interview, he actually came across a little bit
45.
introverted, a bit shy almost. Whereas when you look at him and you judge a book by his cover, he's very
30.
brash, he's very sort of extroverted. But when you actually have a chat with him and you dig a little deeper,
96.
you see that actually there's not that character that you'd expect to see.
Yeah, he thinks about his game an awful lot, and we get to speak to the players when we're toing and throwing
95.
to the balcony or moving through the venue. And he's a deep thinker when it comes to the game, that he knows where he
92.
wants to be. He knows what he's got to do to get there, and he's always pecking at people's brains as well. That obviously I know you speak to him,
100.
Mace when he's here, Nico
Tom,
when he's
you
here. He
require
wants to take every little
117.
nugget of information that he can and make himself a better version of him.
Yeah, it did take me a while to get the full
93.
read on
Lee
Lee
requires
Cox in
76.
terms of sort of the perception.
56. Tom, you require
There's a
24.
chance here for Tom Lonsdale to to hold the throw, of the opening leg, and he
Game shot on the
does.
first leg. Tom
And it always
Lonsdale.
hurts more when it's last start in hand because you think you're about to come back for an opportunity and then it gets snapped away from you.
Second leg, it's Lee to throw
But I
first.
mentioned it on Monday and
Game on.
Tuesday. I'm going to mention it again today just because I feel it's the most appropriate read. That his biggest
86.
is what you've just explained, the deep thinking. Because I think he deep thinks and overanalyzes
96.
other people and overestimates their ability.
Yeah, and I think he also underestimates his ability as well. That I believe, and just from watching him
135.
grow since we've been in Southampton and here, he's a better player than what he gives himself credit for.
Yeah, and I think in a way
92.
the overestimation of ability in darts is a big thing because you spend time on social media quite a bit like I do, Phil, and you'll know the comments where people go, unless you're averaging
125.
100 every week on the Pro Tour, you're never going to win a game. No one averages 100. They might average 100 for individual matches, but no one's
96.
seasonal average is 100.
Lee, you require 155.
Oh, I fully agree.
But it's that overestimated of
139.
ability. Because we see 100 averages regular, we think, oh, that's what you need to do for the season. Michael van Gerwen, Price, Gary Anderson, they're not averaging 100.
140. Lee, you require 16. Game shot on the second
Lee
leg.
Cox
Lee
levels up. One apiece. 13 dart. Hold of throw. Takes
Third
the
leg,
average
it's Tom to
just
throw
over the
first.
95
Game
mark.
on.
And this is the game that we all know that Lee Cox has in the locker.
59. $60.
There was no way he was getting a dart in that treble. Absolutely had it blocked. And blocked with material. The flights had it locked into position.
93.
There was no way he was ever getting a treble there. And that's something he'll have to learn with the change of equipment, when he can switch, when he has to switch. That one's got a little bit of distance between the
60.
two, so he can still go over the top. But if that was closer to the wire again, he would have to start moving. And that's just because having this shorter
96.
barrel just condenses the equipment.
Yeah, I use MVG and Gerwin Price as examples of this. Their
30.
treble 19 shooting is absolutely out of this world. And I think other players need to look at it. Like, I'm not saying they're going to hit like those two,
57.
but you have to go for an open bed rather than block beds.
Absolutely. You've got to understand the materials and the darts, which
99.
we've got to give Lee that credit that he doesn't understand these darts as yet. He's not played with these for years on end, and that's where
140.
watching your games back like this, he'll be able to see moments like that and go, actually, I can see what they mean there. I was never going to find a treble with that dart, and he'll then be able to adopt that into his
100.
game.
Tom, you require 56.
56 for Lonsdale. He's made a little
24.
bit of a mess of that. Should have been
Lee,
two
you require
darts at the outer ring and only got
152.
one. Can he be punished for it? The answer is no.
43. Tom, you require 32. Game shot on the third leg. Tom Lonsdale.
And Lonsdale pins double 16. Second visit. 3 legs.
Fourth
3
leg, it's Lee
comfortable
to
holds
throw
to throw
first. Game on.
as well, Matt.
In the interview this morning with yourself, Phil, he
100.
did mention as well the legs difference that Reece Robinson has at the top of the table might be too much to try and get
59.
back. We're potentially seeing here as well a Lee Cox that doesn't just feel he needs to win these matches, but maybe, again, we spoke about him overestimating
60.
other people's ability. Is he overestimating the need of early 4-0, 4-1 sort of scorelines?
Yeah, quite possibly
125.
overthinking what he needs. And right now, legs aren't important. Points are all that matters. If it comes down to leg
60.
difference, then so be it. However, if you don't have the points on the board, leg differences are irrelevant.
And he does have a game with
57.
Reece Robinson where it is double whammy. Everything you take off your opponent, you put on yours. That's the game you've got to highlight as being one where you can reel those legs back.
85.
But like you say, first job, going to get the points on the board.
96.
Lonsdale down to a finish first, but you'd still rather be in Lee Cox's position
58.
if he hit a treble.
Tommy
Where
require
now there is a
164.
genuine break opportunity.
63.
Coxie wants the
Lee
Humphreys
require
to
138.
level it up.
Does he stay there?
98.
I'm going to say it now.
Tommy
With the way
require
Dart
101.
1 was positioned, I think that's a mistake.
That's a mistake.
85.
Again,
Lee
misses the
require
big number.
40.
Gives Lee Cox 3 darts at top.
Game
The
shot on
target
the
that he
four flag.
loves.
Lee
And
Cox.
he's going to love it more than ever right now.
Fifth leg, it's Tom to throw first. Game on. 100.
So
45.
we'll take a look at the league table as it stands. And you can see the massive leg difference that Reece Robinson has. But
119.
you've got to go to the yellow column first. It's all about the points. Lee Cox needs a win here. If he is to lose this one, going 4 points behind with 4
100.
fixtures left to play, and his next game's against Reece Robinson, he could be out of this by lap number 2.
58.
Yeah, needs a victory to keep his hopes alive.
60.
And right now, the Lonsdale throw is not really being tested.
35.
But is that the slip that allows Cox in? A huge visit here. Needs another treble.
100.
Not enough, Matt.
No, that's what's let him down in this game. It's his asset, according to himself, if he was to analyse his own game, his power scoring. He's yet
59.
to register a score over a ton. He has put 10 ticks in that box for the ton plus scores, but he just needs a big hit. And this could be at the perfect time.
140. Tommy require 130.
Is Lee Cox making his move? Is going to get darts to break the Lonsdale
65. Lee require 56.
Key moments, not only in this match, but in Group A right now.
16.
And he can't take them. He
Tommy
had the
requires
opportunity,
65.
Matt, but has passed it up.
Will he get more?
Game shot on the
No,
fifth leg.
big
Tom
last start
Lonsdale.
there from Tom Lonsdale. And that one is one that will hurt Lee Cox.
As a player,
Sixth
all
leg,
you
it's Lee to throw
crave
first.
is one
Game on.
opportunity. He's had that opportunity and couldn't take it.
70.
Now, what's running through your mind as a player?
Frustration, but you've also got to remember the task at hand. And this is short
140.
format darts. It's only a race to 4. You don't have time to dwell on things. If you spend 6 darts, 9 darts dwelling on things, you're off the stage. You've lost.
127.
That's not what Lee Cox wants to be doing. He needs the points if he is to keep himself in touch with
97.
Reece Robinson.
And all of a sudden, this match has swung again.
140.
But that's incredible resistance from Lee Cox. Down to a finish.
100. Lee require
Now it's
164.
a race to the line. 54. Would have left ball.
98.
But now,
Tommy require
Tom Lonsdale has
164.
a go at the same finish.
60. Lee requires 66.
Options. 16 for tops. Said options because he
46.
does love the
Tommy
double
require
18, but it's
104.
104 for the match. It's on. Oh.
88. Lee required 20.
Phil?
We'll come on to that in a second. Let's see if Lee Cox can rescue
Game
the
shot on the
situation,
sixth
and he
leg.
does.
Lee Cox.
In that passage there, the key points are that Tom Lonsdale has missed a match start, and Lee Cox
Seventh
has
and
sent
final
us
leg. It's Tom
all
to
the
throw
way.
first. Game
But
on.
the conversation you had yesterday, you shouldn't be surprised.
I shouldn't be, but I still
59.
am. Mike Norton, who we've seen here playing on the Super Series, did send us a text in yesterday and said that Tom Lonsdale does this all the time locally, and he actually
60.
riles people up the wrong way, which you can imagine down the local. People won't like things like that. It's surprising,
80.
even though it shouldn't be. But what a time to lose a dart on the floor. When we say it's all about timing, you lose a dart on the floor, and then Lee Cox comes and
140.
files in a third 140 of the match. Gives him a 60-point advantage on the scoreboard.
35.
And he's now got 3 darts in his hand to extend the lead. This is timing. This is just that little touch of quality that he's picked up from
140.
a couple of years of playing on that PDC Challenge Tour.
He passed up one opportunity.
81. Lee
Now he has
required
another.
161.
He has a minimum of 6 darts for 161 in a game he has to win.
80.
And what a last dart that is. No
58.
pressure applied either.
Lee required 81.
For Lee Cox. Doesn't need to go 12 and ball, so I can just set this up. Think about it. I like that,
49.
Matt. Clarity of thought there.
Yeah, experience, quality, and it's going to be under
180.
pressure though. First match of the match.
Lee required 32. Game shot
But
under
Lee
match.
Cox
Lee
does what he
Cox.
needs to do. He got the job done. It was a good last leg in the end there. He opened up in the scoring phase at the start of the leg. That just gave him that bit of a cushion to get the job done in the end. He found the breaker throw in the very last opportunity and just keeps the pressure on Reece Robinson at the top of the table. But coming up next, we've got the man at the bottom of the table, Steve Brown, taking on David Schlichting.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Lee Cox get the better of Tom Lonsdale by 4-3. That completes the first round of fixtures. Prior to that, Jarno Bottenberg won a last leg decider against Steve Brown 4-3. Reece Robertson winning our first game of the session. So, as far as the three prizing it out for the Group A Glory is concerned, well, it's victory under their belts to kickstart the day. So we're kind of none the wiser as to what's going to happen there as we are at the beginning of the day. Next up for us is David Schlichting in action up against Steve Brown. Both looking to get their first win of the day. I'm watching this one down in the commentary box. It's Phil Bars and Matthew Edgar.
Thank you, Henry. I think there's some encouraging signs here for Steve Brown coming into this game. It was by far his best performance of the week in an opening fixture in his opening game when he did go down 4-3. But he was playing with a lot more pace, playing with a lot more purpose, playing with a smile on his face for the first time this week as well. But he's up against David Schlichting, who is in joint 4th in the table at the moment. So this is a clash that we're going to see on Thursday and Friday as well.
First leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
So some potential bragging rights up for grabs here, Phil.
Yeah, there is. And even at this early stage, a victory
85.
here, when they meet tomorrow in Group C, it'll be like, oh, I did you yesterday. So
83.
Some mind games as well, getting your opponent's head.
Well, the first question this game was going to pose is, does Steve Brown continue to persist with the
96.
pace in which he is playing with in match number 1? And straight away we can see that he is persisting with this quicker action today.
140.
Yeah, this looks to be a conscious decision that he's making, that
59.
I'm throwing quick.
He's throwing quick and he's throwing good.
58.
Schlichting is on a bit of
56.
a losing run. He's lost his last 3 games in a row. He did go on a run of 3 wins
60.
on Monday, so seems to be getting his results in blocks.
139. Steve, you require 160. $60. David, you require 66.
Tops to make the bail happy.
Game shot on the first leg. David Schlichting.
Tidy leg from the turtle.
Second leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
Is there any point we can start making turtle jokes like David sticking his neck out?
43.
He's coming out of his shell.
78. $40.
And just when you throw with a little bit more pace than you used to, you can just go a little bit more wayward, which is potentially the risk
60.
that Steve Brown could pose here. Just because you get that release point a little bit off, you can tend to find that you get an early release.
100.
It's one of the real good key things about
98.
David Schlichting and the action and the flow. It's all very repetitive. All played at a
60.
very good pace. Very repetition, almost robotic.
Yeah, I like it.
83.
I'm not sure I like that shot.
Different.
100.
And normally I'm a fan of different. I think different is good. Maybe not on that occasion.
132.
The setup is fabulous though, Matt.
142. Steve, you require 158.
It is, but it's very unorthodox. I almost feel like I need to get a calculator here while he's
55.
going around the board.
David, you require 40. Game shot on the second leg. David Schlichting.
It's a break of throw for David Schlichting. And Steve Brown is under
Third
the
leg,
cosh
it's
here.
David to throw first. Game on.
Which is impressive from the German, though.
Absolutely. We're getting
99.
close to his best performance of the week territory here, according to numbers and statistics, and it feels that way as well. It feels like
58.
he's striding around the stage with almost the chest out, shoulders back, and I'm going to show you guys what I can do.
99. $100.
Good use of the board as well from
59.
David Schlichting, because when we see debutants here, we don't just get to see how good they are at throwing the darts, we get to see how good they are at managing a game of darts as well.
11.
Yeah, game management is huge now, that just being good isn't good enough. You have to manage the situation, know when to take a risk, when not to.
He's going to try and power this in.
140.
I think that would have been possibly the best 180 of the week, because he had to go across the oche there to try and open up the bed.
125. David, you require 104.
125 from Steve, non-effective to help him out get to a finish. David Schlichting not joining in the school of silliness
88.
that is headed by Reece Robinson and Tom Lonsdale. He opts to go the more conventional way of 18 and double 16.
44.
Yeah, and it's now
David, you
on
require
the cusp
16.
of 3-0, and Steve Brown leaves a bogey number as well.
Shot on the third leg. David Schlichting.
But the Turtle, 3-0 up and absolutely cruising at this point.
Fourth leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
And here comes the frustration
84.
for Steve Brown. It'll almost get to that point for Steve where he'll think, I've tried something new, it's working better, but I'm still getting pumped.
100.
Yeah, I agree that. and
140.
almost as if he's slowed down again there. Those darts look more the same pace as Monday and Tuesday. But is he reverting to type now? It's not worked
58.
here.
There's that danger that that'll creep back in.
100.
But then those three were a lot quicker than the three previous.
I mean, we know what Steve Brown's fate is. He can't move himself
60.
into contention even for a Group B. He's going to be in Group C. So today he is just trying to find something throughout these last couple of fixtures, which means we may see things change. I don't think he's going to go like we've seen
31.
players in the past, like Kevin Painter, who's played with 3 different darts in the same throw before. I don't think he's going to be one of those sort, but I think he may just
49.
try mixing things up a bit
Steve,
like a
you require
Brendan Dolan,
146.
who alters his pace throughout a match. One of the hardest players to play in the world,
86.
Brendan Dolan. Because you never know what you're going to get from him in terms of pace. And he's good.
Absolutely.
64.
So it's
Steve,
all
you
use of the
require
board there
60.
from David Schlichting to leave himself the maximum finish.
40.
But Brown
David, you
misses his
require
first couple of darts out of
170.
double, offers the Turtle opportunity to get the fish. Only in darts do you ever call things like that.
70.
The Turtle to
Steve,
get
you
the
require
fish.
20. Game shot on the fourth leg. Steve Brown. Fifth leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
You can see there that smirk from Steve says it all. He is playing with his own emotions right now.
31.
And he's battling himself up there.
41.
It's a horrible fight to have. Even when you win, you lose, and you fight yourself. There is no winner.
97.
There could be a winner in this match very soon if David Schlichting
140.
can keep this treble hitting going.
$59.
And if I had to say there's a weakness that I've noticed with David, it's when that finishing line comes within sight, the trebles just dry up a little bit.
140. $60.
And not for the want of trying. That was 3 well-thrown darts. That wasn't nervy darts. That was just unfortunate.
Yeah, you could see the way they enter the board and everything like that. Nothing wrong with them at all. When there's pressure, darts go in at funny angles and things like that. But David Schlichting is still throwing very well here.
180. Steve, you require 40. Game
And
shot on the
Steve
fifth
Brown
leg.
finds
Steve
tops.
Brown.
It's a break back, and effectively we're back on throw. Both of them laughing and enjoying it up
Sixth
there.
flag, it's Steve to throw first.
I don't know if it's because Steve
Game
had already
on.
thrown a dart before David Schlichting's 180 had been finished being called, or the fact that it looked like he was playing loopy with the
96.
first dart.
$45. $60.
If this goes to a last leg, David would have the darts. But on the vibe of things, you'd probably make Steve Brown favourite.
140.
Yeah, he'd have the darts, but he'd also have the demons as well from being 3-0 up and being pegged back.
That's exactly my point. And
134.
the way in which Steve Brown is doing it as well. He's starting to find a lot of 2 treble visits.
75.
Can he set this 2-11 up?
85.
Risky.
He's took those sort of risks as well all week. He's just persisting with plan A. Plan B is do plan A better.
140. Steve, you require 126.
Treble for the ball. It's not going to go, so David Schlichting may get a match start here
58.
on the 101.
David, you require 101.
Treble 19 leaves double 12 for the match.
89.
And again, that's a well-thrown
Steve, you
dart
require
that's just the wrong
68.
side of the wire.
If there's one thing that's been a strength for Steve Brown, it's been his double hitting. He will get a dart, creeps that in
Game
the
shot on the sixth
19s,
flag. Steve Brown.
and gives us the old uppercut. We're going all the way, 3-3, but David does have the advantage of
Seventh
throwing
and final leg.
first.
It's David to throw first.
Wasn't happy with one celebration.
on.
He went back for the double.
Just watching Steve Brown's face here. That's the telling factor here, is a perfect
177.
opening for David Schlichting.
180.
What's going on here? They've both kick-started with huge opening visits. A 177 from Schlichting, a 180 from Brown.
140.
When you've got the darts and you open with a maximum visit like 177, you think, that's it, job done, got ya. And then your opponent comes back
41.
and hits a 180. Well, he hits him again. 5 trebles from David Schlichting from his opening 6 darts.
57.
This has to be another max. It's not going to be. So Schlichting will come back for the Hinks.
44. David, you require
And he's going to
127.
get 6 at it now, and he's earned this due to the scoring power.
$59.
The setup could have been better. A 68 is never an easy one because you may only get one dart at a
140.
double. And now
David,
it's
you
under some
require
pressure.
68.
Huge 140 from Steve Brown. A ton wouldn't have been enough in that situation, but it's going to be 2 darts
Game shot
for
and the
David
match.
Schlichting.
David
What
Schlichting.
a final leg of darts that was. Steve Brown did everything he could. He was 3-0 down before finding some of his best darts to pull himself back to 3-3. But David Schlichting, 5 trebles out of the first 6 darts. A 14-dart leg under the severest of pressure gives him his best performance of the week and puts him up to 10 points. But coming up next, it's possibly the game of the day. Lee Cox takes on Rhys Robinson in a top-of-the-table clash.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, David Schlichting got the better of Steve Brown by 4 legs to 3 in a last leg decider. Right, this is a pivotal game at the top of the table. Lee Cox there in your picture, looking to cut the gap to Rhys Robinson, who occupies top spot in the table. As things stand, just a couple of points between them. Robinson on 18, Cox on 16. So this could potentially lay the land for what we're going to see later on today. Right, watching this one in comms is Matt and Phil.
Welcome back, everyone. The biggest game in this Group A is about to take place. 1 and 2 in the table go head to head. A win for Rhys Robinson puts him on the hill, on the cusp of victory. A victory for Lee Cox, and it really is game on and a sprint to the line, Matt.
You're going O-Town with this one then, Phil? Bit of want it all or nothing at all?
What an absolute tune that is.
First leg, it's
Such
Lee
an
to throw
underrated
first.
boy band.
Game on.
Certainly is for Lee Cox. If he is to lose this, he'll go even further behind on legs as well. He's already a sizable difference behind on the legs column.
140.
You can see how the table lies. Huge fixture for both.
120.
Just like in his opening game, gets the 2 in and then clatters into the equipment. And he's lost a few darts today, and some of it comes down to that moulded flight and stem combination, which we're seeing quite
60.
a lot of players use these days. Because when you actually clatter into the equipment, the force doesn't generate, like we're seeing with David Schlichting, for example, where the flight will just pop off the back.
100.
With Reese, it's going to change the angle of the dart. It's going to change the point side of the dart. I'm not a fan of it.
I'm with you. I've tried to throw them. I'm not a fan.
I get the argument that you get the perfect shape of the flight every single time, but because it's locked, what happens to that impact?
100.
The dart goes on the floor in Reese's case.
$60. $105.
Well, on the first exchange, Reese Robinson outscoring Lee Cox. Gets himself down to a finish first.
85.
Big last start for Lee
Reese
Cox. And even at this
76.
early stage in the opening leg, everything is just amplified because of what's on the line.
Game shot on the first leg. Reese Robinson.
First blow landed from Reese Robinson. The league leader has broken the Lee Cox throw.
Second leg, it's Reese to throw first. Game on.
I wonder, Matt. Game one, we saw
100.
a lack of focus from Robinson in terms of clarity when he was going for finishing. Will we see the same
60.
here?
No, he knows what he's got to do, and he knows that this is the one that could win him the group. And there's one thing I can tell you is the players will, regardless of what they
128.
say, will prefer to have Thursday and Friday off, knowing that they're already booked their place in Saturday night.
140.
Needs a treble.
58.
Doesn't find one. Big visit here. May just open the door for Lee Cox to break back. Needs another treble.
140.
And finds one. Down to a finish.
But down to a better finish, Reese
139.
Robinson.
Lee, you require
Again,
161.
76. He just took that out in the last leg. He will get an opportunity because Coxey can't take out the 161.
65. Reese, you require
As
76.
you were in leg one.
Carbon copy. Different routes.
No score.
Well, carbon copy for the last start in the
Lee,
double 18, but
require
he didn't want it on
96.
this occasion.
Needs to find a treble or double-double. It's double-double for Cox.
76.
He's had a dart.
Reese, you require
But
76.
the bus shot there from Reese Robinson means he goes back to 76, which means he's only going to get one dart. It's going to be at the double 18.
Game shot on the second leg. Reese Robinson.
Fair play. That is bottle, composure, and quality.
Third
from
leg,
Reese
it's Lee to
Robinson.
throw first. Game on.
Lee Cox is almost
140.
at the point of no return.
Well, when we talk about those in-play tables and we say about how one leg
55.
in this makes so much difference because Robinson will add to his column whilst taking off a Lee Cox. You just see how that leg difference is just growing to be
40.
almost impossible to mount. Cox is in a position here where he could be challenging for the top if he won the game, or he's going to have to look over his shoulder because Bottenberg's coming up next against Tom Lonsdale, and he could end up finding himself in third position.
$39.
You just feel that Lee Cox needs this leg just to give him something to cling to.
55.
Reese unable to find that scoring prowess
60.
that he's been finding throughout the day, throughout the group, throughout this match. Lee
105.
Cox, plenty of time here at the back end of the leg, and there it is again. 76. We've seen it twice already in the two legs we've seen in this match. Can Lee Cox
59.
make it 3
Lee
from 3? A
requires
hat-trick of
76.
76 finishes.
Double 8. Can he go top side of
60.
it? No, but I like the play that he hasn't gone inside and then starts chasing around. We'll come back with 3 clear darts at double 8, but it's going to be under pressure.
180.
Severe pressure.
Lee requires 16.
Now it's getting nervy.
Game shot on the third
What a dart
leg.
that
Lee
is
Cox.
from Lee Cox. The pressure on that last dart mat would have been through the roof because if
Fourth
he
leg,
misses,
it's Reese to throw first.
it's pretty much
Game
title
on.
gone.
Yeah, Reese would have been throwing first for the match if he was able to have taken that one out, but
121.
he just had that vibe for Reese that it was almost a free leg, really, because he'd already got the break and he didn't need to break Lee. He doesn't need to break him again. All he's got to do
59.
is serve out his throw and he will be on 20 points. You do get in this habit as a player of feeling you have to win every moment. You don't.
60.
You just got to win the most moments.
$85. $60.
A little bit of snatchiness here, though, from Reese, as if he's holding onto the dart a little bit too long, which purely just comes from the nerves of
80.
the situation where you're just trying to place the darts into the board, just rather than trusting and propelling the dart through the air.
50.
All of a sudden, there's an opening for Lee Cox here.
95.
It's an interesting couple of minutes coming up here in Group A, because all of a sudden, Reese Robinson has lost the line. He's lost the radar.
78.
I think that's one of the things about the Super Series. When you think the job's done, you've got to go do it again and again and again. And he's been doing this for 2.5 days now.
140.
And he's still in a
Reese
position where he's got to go do it again.
132.
And we're starting to see potentially the first sign of nerves. But that is a fantastic opening dart from Reese. It looked inviting.
92.
But the invitation now is handed
Lee
to Lee
require
Cox.
42.
A chance to get the breaker throw back.
I think that's awkward.
Game
What
shot
an
on the fourth
adjustment that
flag.
is.
Lee Cox.
When the dart is plumb up against the wire that close, it doesn't leave you a lot of room to manoeuvre the barrel or the flight. What a dart
Fifth
that
leg,
is
it's Lee to
from
throw
Lee Cox,
first.
and all of a sudden,
Game on.
Group A is on again.
See, I think with the way Lee Cox grips the dart and with this new material, I think that's the ideal dart for Lee Cox. Another player,
100.
not so much, but because the angle of entry that Lee Cox has on his darts and the fact that he grips the dart in an unorthodox place, I think that one on the outside wire
94.
really suits his throw.
After the hard work of getting back
45.
into this, does not want to pass the opportunity up and hand it straight back to Reese here.
Well, because Reese has now
180.
switched mentality once again. He's gone from having something to lose to having something to gain now.
180.
He's gone back to being the hunter rather than the hunted. Well, it's a maximum fest.
180.
Hat-trick of maximum scoring visits.
Have to send someone out for some
100.
throat sweets for Jack up on the
Reach
stage.
you require 47.
Well, back-to-back maximums followed by a miss of the big number. Costs him the
31.
dart at the double. And there it is again, 76
Lee
the
requires
finish.
76.
We've seen it twice already in this game. This would be the biggest one so far. It's tops.
56.
And a long way off.
Reach you require 16.
Rush of adrenaline.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Reece
Reece Robinson.
puts himself back in front. He squandered a 2-0 lead. He nearly went behind for the first
Sixth
time in
leg,
this
it's
match.
Reece to throw
Instead, he's
first.
now throwing
Game
first
on.
to serve this one out.
And you saw by both players' reaction there, they know how crucial that passage of play was.
180.
The last 3 scoring visits for Reece Robinson have been 180s. 9 perfect darts when throwing at the treble 20.
97.
And this also says to me that Reece is one of those players that we spoke yesterday about being a front runner or being a chaser. I think he's a better chaser.
66.
When he gets in front, I think he can switch off and the brain starts going into how can I make this interesting. When it's tight, when it's tense, he's focused on the job in hand.
55.
I think the patterns of play would certainly suggest that is a very valid point.
$86.
Not the greatest mathematics there from Reece.
55.
As I like to call ferret counting.
But he's got plenty of time in terms of the scoreboard here.
100.
This has to be a maximum, or it looks like Reece Robinson is going to extend at the top of the table.
It's not going to go. So Reece Robinson
62.
is
Reach
on
you
the
require
verge
69.
of a huge victory in the context of the table. Double 12 to seal the deal.
45.
Not this time.
But there will be another time. Could
65.
be multiple times.
Reach you
Lee
require
Cox needs 2
24.
trebles from that position. But the biggest game of the group on decision day goes on.
18. Lee require 167.
What a game saver this would be. Treble 19. It was close as well.
139. Reach you require 6.
He's done his job, he's played his part, he's left the shot,
Game
but
shot.
he will not
And the match.
come back
Reece
for
Robinson.
it. Reece Robinson, a game of blocks. He raced into a 2-0 lead before Lee Cox brought it back. He had a dart to take the 3-2 lead, but Reece Robinson did the job, hung in there and got the vital victory that sees him now extend at the top of the table by 4 points. But will it be 4 points over Lee Cox, or will it be 4 points over Lee Cox and Jarno Bottenberg? Because he's coming up in our next game when he takes on Tom Lonsdale.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, maybe we saw a game that kind of typified this Group A. Reece Robinson going out and stretching into an early advantage. Lee Cox pulling him back, but then Robinson then going on to put himself in front. A 4-2 victory there for Robinson before the break puts him on 20 points, 4 clear of Cox. Next up for us is Jana Bottenberg in action up against Tom Lonsdale. Watching this one in the commentary box, it's Philomat.
Thank you very much, Henry, and welcome back to everyone on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Before the break, Reece Robinson has one hand on the Group A title. A huge victory over Lee Cox in the battle of the top two.
First leg, it's Jarno to throw first.
Means the Yorkshireman
Game on.
is 4 points clear at the top of the table, Matt, and it's looking like it's
80.
almost job done.
Almost. However, I still think Jarno Bottenberg
97.
is going to pull this a little bit closer than we're giving it credit for. He will take on Reece Robinson in his next
54.
game. And if he's to win this one against Tom Lonsdale, I think it gets a little bit interesting.
97.
Do you?
I've been impressed with Jarno.
180.
I like what I see. Dare I say, I think we have a dark horse for the Lakeside.
134.
I agree. I like what I've seen. The numbers are good. The numbers are competitive.
99. $57.
I think he'll be hard
Jarno,
to
you
beat.
require 88.
There's not going to be many players in that field who I think are going to do it.
63. Tom, you require 116. $24. Jarno, you require 25.
So it's going to be 2 darts at double 8 for the opening
Shot on
leg.
the first leg.
Only
Jarno
needs one.
Bottenberg.
And Jarno Bottenberg takes the opener on throw in 17.
Second leg, it's Tom to throw
Just
first.
like his demeanour, just
Game on.
goes about his business, just gets on with it.
99. $134.
Surely.
180.
You just knew the way they were sat there, Matt, that was always going to be.
Yeah, he has been quite a big 180 hitter for
93.
us. That is 14th 180 of the week so far. So it was yesterday which really shone as a
58.
big day. 10 maximums yesterday for Tom Lonsdale. And he's looking at following suit with that. He hit a maximum in his opening game.
82. Tom, you require 164.
But he loves a bullseye. It's what he wants here for a 164. Jarno was nodding along. He was expecting.
139.
He was anticipating a game shot, wasn't he?
Well, we see Tom go for a bullseye. Even if he's got 3
100.
darts in his hand, he'll throw out the
Tom, you
bullseye.
require 25.
In that situation, a justified ball, but he's missed the big number once again. Double 4. Would have been
21.
a skin saver.
Jarno, you
to
require
Bottenberg.
92.
It was a break opportunity. Oh, he's gone for 2 doubles. He's
Game shot on the
delivered 2
second leg.
doubles.
Jarno Bottenberg.
A leg that looked like it was going the way of Tom Lonsdale. He opened up a sizable gap because of the maximum. But Jarno Bottenberg,
Third leg, it's Jarno to throw
a
first.
double-double for a
Game
15
on.
darter and continues to impress.
Yeah, and you saw the little nod from Tom Lonsdale there.
58.
He knew that was a special finish as well.
And he probably knew that it was kind of his own doing because he lost the
96.
potential dart at the double by missing the big number. I mean, is there an argument there as well that maybe
93.
he shouldn't have gone for the 164? We know he's going to. He goes for a bullseye with 3 darts in hand. But instead, he ended up having a dart at the ball and only 1 dart
59.
at the double. Where, had he have gone for the single, he'd have had a full handful at double.
Yeah, there's certainly an argument there.
134.
If you're one of those players, you're one of those players. I think it's built into you that you just go for it.
It's easy for us to sit here after
140.
the event and suggest what could have changed the result. Absolutely. Had he have gone that way and missed it, we'd have gone,
60.
well, why did he change his plan?
140. Yano, you require 156.
He's not, is he? Is he? Oh my, Jarno
138.
Bottenberg.
Tom,
After
you
the last
require
visit,
66.
we thought that was going to go, Matt.
He's just hit 2 of them.
Game shot on the third leg. Tom
Double
Lonsdale.
18 hit again there. Tom Lonsdale gets his throw straight back. Good standard, this one. Both players
Fourth leg, it's Tom
producing
to
the
throw
goods.
first. Game on. $96. $60.
We know Steve Brown's fate is confirmed.
57.
Tom Lonsdale could still get a Group B place, but for that to happen, he's going to have to win all his games.
180.
Jarno or Cox will have to lose all of their last games, and there's going to have to be a leg difference swing along the way.
135.
So we pretty much know that Tom Lonsdale is going to be in Group C.
105.
The rest is still up to play.
139.
Well, he's just missed the
Jarno, you require
156. He got the 2 treble
156.
20s. Not going to get as
41.
close this time.
Tom,
Phil.
you require 74. Game shot on the fourth leg. Tom
74
Lonsdale.
is pinned by Tom Lonsdale. And I've been impressed by Lonsdale as well. Throughout this whole Group A
Fifth leg,
campaign,
it's Jarno to throw first.
coming in as the
Game
ADC
on.
qualifier, there's a lot to like.
96.
I'm going to announce this now because there's been so much happening in this Group A that, to me, I can't make sense of. So every time it happens, I'm just going to call you in. I'm
100.
going to tag you in. We'll be like a tag team. Every time someone does something, he went to hit 56 to just knock it off and leave the ton.
180.
It's burning darts. It's wasting opportunities.
100. $96.
I wonder what tag team we'd actually be.
Explosive.
The Natural Disasters.
97.
Thinking what the Heart Foundation.
Jarno, you require 129.
I'll take that. He's gone with a double-double again. Make the play.
93.
Got a bit of time on his hands here, Jarno. Sets it up beautifully.
140.
Is there a general rule
Jarno,
in
you
this game
require
that
36.
double 18 has to be left?
No score.
Was there a memo go round that we didn't see?
Tom, you require 64.
Well, this is an opportunity. 1 dart, double 16.
32. Jarno, you
Fine
require
effort there
36.
from Tom Lonsdale.
$18. Tom, you
This is
require
the opportunity
32.
he's probably deserved on the balance of play and the darts he
Game
has
shot on the
shown. He's
fifth
got
leg.
it.
Tom Lonsdale.
Tom Lonsdale breaks the throw of Jarno Bottenberg. And this would keep his hopes alive of potentially
Sixth
squeezing
leg, it's
himself
Tom to
into
throw
a
first. Game
Group
on.
B qualification place. And this is just glorious
129.
news for Rhys Robinson.
140.
Something about the middle part of the day that
96.
brings Tom Lonsdale alive. It was this second fixture yesterday where Tom Lonsdale hit that incredible 113.43
121.
average.
And it was incredible as well.
127.
We've had a really good question in from one of our listeners.
84. Tom, you require
But
149.
We'll bring it up shortly because this one's just getting interesting.
57. Yano, you require 156.
So Lonsdale
80.
is going to get a go at 92
Tom, you
for the
require
match.
92.
72. Double again.
Game
And
shot.
they've both
And the
been
match.
at it.
Tom
It's been a
Lonsdale.
double fest in this game. We saw Jarno Bomberg behind shaking his head in delight for him, but an absolute fabulous game there. Look at the averages, 93.76, 95.93 for Tom Lonsdale in sealing the points. Coming up after the break, we're going to have David Schlichting against Lee Cox.
Hello again, everyone. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. So we've completed the first 2 rounds of action here on this day 3 of Group A. These are the results. Matthew Egger is alongside me on the balcony. And, well, Reece Robinson now is very much on the cusp.
Yeah, there's 2 results really we've got to pick out as the key results. Reece Robinson beating Lee Cox, that was a battle to see if the points levelled up. But also Jarno Bottenberg losing that last game to Tom Lonsdale, that's also done Reece Robinson a favour. Because if we look forward to the fixtures that are coming up for the day, Jarno Bottenberg was still in a chance of closing him down in relation to the points. Yes, we'd have needed a lot of legs, but the darts that we've seen from Jarno would suggest that actually he could have been able to have reeled that in with the standard that we've seen. Tom Lonsdale did Reece a huge favour in that last one. That last lap of fixtures went very much in the favour of Reece Robinson, and I think we're pretty much there now. Because that leg difference is so big, it'll act as a bonus point. Reece is 1 win away.
Well, let's talk about that game then between Reece and Lee, because Reece ran out in front, Lee pulled him back, and then Reece then managed to get over the line one of those last couple of legs.
Yeah, and Lee Cox had a dart as well to have gone 3-2 up. It was very tight. It was close game. Lee Cox did his bit, battled back into it. At one point, it looked like Reece Robinson was going to run away with it. But it all comes down to one exchange or one passage of play. And that's when Reece Robinson hit 3 180s back to back to back. He ended one leg with back-to-back 180s. He opened up the next with a maximum. That sort of treble hitting just gave him that little bit of an advantage at the back end of the game that saw him over the line.
And also, you were talking maybe a little bit critically in his first game about going for things maybe a bit extravagantly. We saw none of that really in that second match.
I now fear what we're going to see going forward. I've spoke to Vil Bars and I told him I'm just going to tag him in. We're going to be like a tag team on commentary. Every time I see something I can't explain, I'm just going to go, Phil. And I think I'm going to be doing that quite a lot now for Reece Robinson at the back of this, because he was doing it in match 1 when it was still all on the line. Now I think he'll probably expect himself to be through. I dread to think what we're going to see.
So if Matt's on commentary, he's saying to Phil, I thought it was safe. It's only a dart. Right, let's get into our next game. Before we do that, have a quick check of the league table and the league standings, because, as I say, Reece Robinson is closing in now on qualification. Lee Cox in second position, Jono Bottenberg in third, and it looks as well as if that gap between third and fourth is probably a bit insurmountable as well.
That one is one that can be caught. That's one that we can see throughout the day, because Jono Bottenberg, yes, he's playing well, but on debut, he could make mistakes. So it's going to be interesting to keep an eye on that. Certainly over this next lap of fixtures, we'll know where it's going after that. So I think after this lap of fixtures, I think we'll know pretty much the destiny of our players.
Lee Cox is in action now against David Schlichting. The fact that he's getting straight back on the ball, is that a good thing for you?
Yeah, you don't want to sit around stewing on things. You just want to get on with it. For Lee, he'll probably know that his chance has pretty much gone now. Mathematically, it hasn't, which always gives you hope, but it's that hope sometimes that kills you, isn't it? But just to get back on there and get straight back on with the task, absolutely what you want to do. You don't want to sit around stewing.
Well, we're going to see him in action now up against David. We're going to head to the Oki now and join Phil Bars, who's going to be in commentary with Matt.
Thank you very much, Henry. And 2 rounds of fixtures are in the ledger as we look at round number 3 of 5 here today in Group A, the final session of this group. And 2 players that pretty much know their destiny. David will be heading for Group C. And
First
Lee
leg,
Cox
it's David to throw first. Game on.
will still believe he can win. He's going to need some luck to go his way.
134.
But all he can do is play his part. And then hope someone has written the fairy tale ending for him.
55.
Matt has raced down the stairs.
60.
And thinking Lee Cox just has got hope now.
That's all it is, isn't it? Hope. It's out of his hands.
100.
He needs a lot of favours. He needs a lot of things to go his way. He needs big wins and big losses for Reece.
57.
But remember, only fairy tales happen in sport.
Yeah, I don't think this is
45.
a book that's going to have too many pages in it, to be honest. I think it's a book that may get closed in this lap of fixtures.
Short story instead of a novel.
Yeah, I think it's probably more pictures than words as
57.
well. You know, one of those ones that you used to have at school that had like massive block capital letters all the way through.
140.
Be about five words per page.
100. Lee require 161.
Argument there for David to have utilised the ball with the last start. would have meant he was coming back for a shot like
137.
88, which
David, you require 93.
would have guaranteed a dart at the ball with straight darts. He's going to get 2 darts anyway because that treble, that's a long way off. Bit rushed. Bit of composure.
61.
I'd have said
Lee,
planned.
you require
I prefer double
24.
16.
Yeah, he's switching it, weren't he? He's changing it up.
$12. David, you require 32.
Double 8. Now he's chasing around the board
24.
and can't hit.
Lee, you require 12. Game shot on the first leg. Lee Cox.
To break a throw in the opening leg of this contest.
Second leg, it's Lee's
David
throw first.
Schlichting had his
Game on.
chances, but it's Cox who pounces.
140.
What I was going to say to you, Matt, we had a real interesting tweet in from
140.
one of our viewers, Ian Smith, says, do you see the MODUS Super Series stage and setup, especially in finals night,
140.
will give the guys playing at Lakeside a great experience and a slight advantage?
Well, first of all,
122.
thanks for tuning in, Ian. Hope you're enjoying the coverage this morning still here in the UK or wherever you're joining us from. Absolutely.
60.
I always say this is a crash course in darts, and although during the week we don't have a crowd, you know there's a crowd on the other side of those
99.
cameras, and
Lee, you require
you know that you're under the
161.
microscope, and that is where the pressure comes from. I don't think the pressure comes from the crowd as such that you get at an event like the Lakeside or
65.
World Championship
David, you
or
require
a
140.
major event. It all comes from the scrutiny and the watching eyes, the zoomed in magnifying on the dartboard so everything looks like it's far away.
60.
If you miss
Lee, you
just by
require
a small margin.
96.
The fact you've got 2 people sat here commentating and making references on your game the whole time
56.
all makes a difference
David,
to
you
the
require
perception of the
80.
task. So 100%, absolutely, big advantage by playing here at the Super Series. And I think we'll see that with Jarno Bottenberg.
40. Lee, you require 40.
Tops for 2-0. No, double 5. This gets tricky.
35.
And that's why, because he's gone round the houses
David,
and
you
come
require
inside.
40. Game shot on the second leg. David Schlichting.
And David Schlichting punishes, hits tops. Remember, any other questions for myself or Matt, get them in at
Third
MSS
leg, it's
Darts,
David to throw first.
Facebook,
Game on.
X, Instagram, TikTok. We're on them all.
60.
And finals night this Saturday, it's looking as if Mr. Must-See
95.
Reece Robinson is going to be the first name on the finals night list. And of course, places are running out at Champions Week. Tickets are
100.
available for this week, next week, and Champions Week. But Champions Week tickets are already limited. Dartshop.tv is the
100.
destination, or scan that QR code. It will take you straight there. Tickets are complimentary, just a small booking fee.
100.
And 3 drinks for £10, Matt. £12 for a night of the darts. What an absolute bargain.
58.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what you can actually get for 12 quid these days. It's not an endless list of things, is it?
145.
David is really growing into the
60.
experience, so his best performance came in
David,
his
you
last
require
fixture.
96.
And these are really promising signs for his Thursday and Friday campaign.
56.
Yeah, I've been impressed with him. I like what I see, and there's a developing young player that can be nurtured through the system and blossom into a very good player.
40. David, you require 40. 30. Lee, you require 148.
It's a big ask, and it's not going to go.
100. David, you
This
require
can get
10.
awkward and it can get a bit tricky. For this reason, coming inside. Oh,
No
and he's
score.
missed the big number.
Lee, you require
Doesn't give himself
48.
an opportunity. Rod Harrington would be fuming.
Game shot on the third leg. Lee Cox.
How was it he'd put it? Don't miss the big number.
Fourth leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
James Borden. Thanks for tuning in this afternoon as well. Or this morning still,
100.
should I say. Prime Time Players.
What was that?
Tag team name, the Prime Time Players.
I like that. We'll take it.
99.
Obviously a huge wrestling fan, James, because they weren't around for too long, was they, the Prime Time Players? With their
98.
millions of dollars. Millions of dollars.
$139.
Remember when Titus O'Neil fell under the ring at the Greatest Royal Rumble?
Yeah,
I was so lucky that they didn't
59.
bang his head on one of the posts.
absolutely.
$96.
Didn't that happen in darts once where I think it was the pieman Andy Smith fell off the stage?
41.
My favourite falling
David,
off the
you
stage
require
in darts was the
167.
maniac fan at the Euro Tour that got himself in a spin and literally... Oh, my. That was
142.
so close to being absolutely outstanding from David Schlichting. Yeah, the Euro Tour headbanger that literally wiped out everything.
92.
And the walk-on girl tried to save
David,
him
you require 25.
in like 8-inch high heels.
Nine
Was
score.
it Daniela Olfrey that
Lee,
fell
you
off
require
with the match play
111.
coming off the stairs at the side?
Was it the match play or was it the Minehead? It was one of them.
It was definitely the match play.
97.
But
David, you require 16.
I believe it was Daniela Olfrey as well.
Game shot on the fourth leg. David Schlichting.
He knows where the
Fifth leg,
cameras
it's
are,
David
doesn't he,
to throw
David
first.
Schlichting?
Game on.
He's not shy, is he? He's been to the Joe Cullen school of knowing where the cameras are.
85.
Remember Robert Thornton on the hockey, was it Premier League against Phil Taylor?
Yeah.
60.
Oh, these are some great moments we're digging up. What about when... Who was it who dropped the glass? Was that Van Gogh when you dropped the glass?
Against Barney.
97.
Please do get in touch if we're missing any absolute darting classics at MSS Darts.
140.
Or when Adrian just walked off against Peter Manley, still my favourite.
What
77.
about the Super Series? Have we had any classics there? We've had the dart being fell down the smoke machine hole.
We've actually had
100.
two. We've had Adam Warner and Stephen Burton both lost darts here. Both have been found and returned. No darts were harmed in the making of this set.
46.
We've not had anyone like fall off the stage or down the stairs yet, have we?
Not yet.
100.
Keyword yet. It's one of those things that will happen, I'm sure. And it'll probably be by me.
$100. Lee, you require 101.
81. Treble 19 leaves double 12.
89.
Again, just
David, you
fractionally the wrong
require
side of the wire
96.
from Lee Cox.
Game shot on the fifth leg. David Schlichting.
Get your cameras ready. Get ready for the stills. Oh, come on.
Sixth
Got
flag,
everyone
it's
ready
Lee to
for the
throw
benefit of
first.
flash photography
Game on.
then.
Part of me really wants to see David Schlichting in Saturday night's final, just because I think
140.
it would be so entertaining with the crowd.
Yeah.
$93.
I've got a feeling if he wins this game, he'll stand on the hockey and do the old
60.
Usain Bolt celebration.
$58.
What about a turtle spin?
Something to get the Bale happy, wouldn't it? If you're unfamiliar with the Bale, by the way, guys, that is
43.
what we call a group of turtles. And David Schlichting's nickname is The Turtle. And he does have a sizable following over on social media. So if you are tuning in to watch David Schlichting because you are a fan, you're in the Bale.
140.
Lee Cox is down to a finish first on his own darts.
121. Lee require 118.
But it's under some pressure. And he's not going to get a dart. So
94.
David Schlichting has
David,
match
you
point.
require 95.
I like the MO, the execution not there, but the right way for me.
55. Lee, you require 24. Game shot on the sixth flag.
We are
Lee
going all
Cox.
the way as Lee Cox pins double 12 at the second time of asking.
Seventh and final leg. It's David to throw
You
first.
just feel that
Game on.
Lee Cox has to win this leg just to say to Reece Robinson, I'm still here. You still have to do your part. Where
60.
if it's David Schlichting that takes the points, the pressure's off.
Yeah, I agree in terms of that
140.
top position. Lee Cox needs to get the win here. We have questioned at times when that
60.
finishing line just comes into sight for David Schlichting. Does the big stuff just start to dry up a little bit?
Yeah, maybe. But
96.
I think that's something he can learn in time.
It's experience, that's all that is. Absolutely. And he'll learn that by being in this position. And that's why this crash course in darts is so good here at the Super Series. Because he'll be learning this day after day after day. To play this many games on TV,
95.
you wouldn't have done this in a year. Never mind in a week.
Well, Chris Mason said exactly the same last week, that some of these players have played more TV
96.
games
Lee
early in
require
their career than he ever
170.
did.
And then when you add in
57.
opportunities such
David, you
as the
require
Euro
105.
Tours as well, which players like David would be eligible to try and qualify for via those secondary routes.
$49.
So
Lee, you require
113 for
130.
Lee Cox. Not going to go.
57.
So David Schlichting will
David,
have
you
the
require
opportunity
56.
to seal the points.
He loses his games in blocks. He wins his games in blocks. And he had
46.
an opportunity to start building a new block
Lee,
of
you
wins.
require
Back-to-back wins was
56.
on the line. But Cox for the points.
Double 18 to keep his slim hopes alive And he
Game
finds
shot, and the match,
double nine.
Lee Cox.
It's a 4-3 victory for Lee Cox. And just taps Reese Robinson on the shoulder and says, you still have to do your part. It's going to be tough for him, but he's still in contention. There we have the numbers 83.42 for Lee Cox. But coming up after the break, we're going to see Steve Brown against Tom Lonsdale.
Series where Lee Cox is still in the battle for that top prize and that place through to Saturday night's final, getting the better of David Schlichting in a last leg decider by 4 legs to 3. Right, time for our middle match of the day now. Sees Tom Lonsdale in action up against Steve Brown. Watching this one in the commentary box, it's Matt and Phil.
Welcome back, everyone, to the action here at the MODUS Super Series as Group A is heading towards its conclusion on day 3. And we've spoken about it already. I'm interested to see the pace Steve throws at here.
First leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
Well, he has been mixing up and changing the pace in which he throws. He's now changed the darts. Something
57.
I wasn't quite sure we'd see from Steve Brown, but are they sort of a Adrian Lewis looking dart?
They are an Adrian
81.
Lewis looking dart.
Check me out, knowing me barrels.
They are Adrian's himself that Adrian gave to Steve.
60.
They do seem a little bit shorter as well. Maybe he just feels like he hasn't got the full control of the dart at the moment.
140. 134. 45.
Bit of a local derby, this one, isn't it?
It is. I'm sure they would have come across each other at some point.
43.
We worked out the other day we're about
117.
35 miles apart, Steve.
Yeah, 35 miles.
It's walking distance for you, isn't it, Phil?
Oh, get me marching
60.
boots on and away we go.
Tom, you require 118.
You went the 18s first there, but he's got an opportunity here to set this one up.
86.
Phil?
Steve, you require 147.
Well, yeah, I'm not quite sure on that one either.
107.
He's a character though, isn't he?
Tom, you require
he won't
32.
change. He does it his way.
No score. Steve, you require 40.
That is the new nickname, Sinatra.
I like that.
20. Tom, you require 32. Game shot on the first leg. Tom
And
Lonsdale.
it is a breaker throw for Tom Lonsdale.
Now, is this change of darts from
Second leg, it's
Steve
Tom
Brown,
to throw first.
is this alarming?
Game on.
Because he's shown good signs earlier by changing the pace, but today we've seen him change the pace, but now we've seen him change the equipment as well.
59.
Is this a little bit too alarming? Is this trying to change too much, looking for something rather than feeling like something's coming?
I don't know if it's alarming, but he's certainly searching for
43.
something that he hasn't found yet hit this week. And whether that's pace, darts, or both,
140.
Time will tell.
So a musical bunch here. We've got Sinatra Lonsdale, who does it his way.
96.
Who sings that one? Still haven't found what I'm looking for. Is it you two?
it is.
100. $85.
You'd have been a big fan of the music choice of the players as
49.
well. So ventured through the practice room. They had Ultimate 1990s Megamix on.
Huge fan already.
38. Tom, you require
What specific
153.
song was on when you walked through?
See, I wish I could remember that bit, but I can't. I just looked at the screen
43.
and saw Ultimate 90s Megamix. Nothing gets you up for a game of darts more than the 90s Megamix.
45. Tom, you require
So
110.
110 for 2-0. 18 for double 16. And it
Game
is
shot on the
2-0
second
for
leg,
Tom
Tom
Lonsdale. It's a
Lonsdale.
ton-topping finish for the ADC qualifier. 2-0 up on Steve Brown.
Third
and that's
leg,
very
it's Steve
tidy,
to throw
Matt.
first.
Solid,
Game
lovely
on.
finish as well. And to do a nice clean finish like that, it's just going to fill him with confidence, which is something that Steve Brown looks absolutely void of right now.
54.
And I don't know how he does it. We know some players by now, that stage set would have been absolutely
99.
ripped apart if they had this happen to them for days. And you wouldn't know looking at him what he's gone through.
It's that mental resilience that he has, isn't it? That
63.
it's that reset button, and that's what separates the elite as well. That their mindset, they're able to forget bad legs, bad results,
86.
and brush them off so quickly. I'll be interested to see
38.
if we see the Adrian Lewis set of darts again, or whether he reverts back.
On the evidence of what we're seeing here, I'd be very surprised if we see him
100.
again, because this is becoming his worst performance of the week so far. And it's so frustrating when
39.
in your head you know what you've done and what you can do, and then when it's just not happening. because your mind
99.
doesn't change. Your mind doesn't adapt to suit the lower standard you're currently producing. His mind will still be that Steve Brown that was in the World Championships, that was winning matches
30.
at the Winter Gardens
Tommy
in the
require
World Match Play.
117.
Terry Jenkins, he took out there.
Almost goes into zombie mode.
Game shot on the third leg.
Back-to-back
Tom
tongueless
Lonsdale.
finishes there from Tom Lonsdale. The 110 backed up with a 117. A 15-dart double breaker throw. This looks like it's only going
Fourth
one
leg,
way
it's
right
Tom
now.
to throw
And Steve
first.
Brown has a
Game on.
lot to contemplate on, and he doesn't have time to do it because coming up next is Reece Robinson versus
100.
Jarno Bottenberg, and then he's back on stage against Lee Cox.
Yeah, and right now, Tom Lonsdale's confidence will be through the roof. A
40.
110 followed by a 117 finish. He's on the verge of serving a bagel here.
108.
In very cold fashion.
The only thing we haven't
100.
seen from Tom yet is the blind 180.
Don't start,
90.
Phil. They're already trying all sorts of bits. Don't tempt them.
Don't put thoughts in their head.
Well, we got Reece against Jarno
82.
Bottenberg next, and
Tom, you
I
require
dread to think what might happen in that
131.
game.
57.
Plenty of time. Even a 140 would require
100.
two trebles, so Tom
Tom, you
Lonsdale
require
to
74.
serve it out, and a polished performance here.
Tops for the match.
34.
First match start has gone begging, but he will be back. Steve Brown can't finish, so more opportunities are on the way.
99. Tom, you require 40.
3 darts for the match. For the points. Down to double 10.
Game
And
shot.
gets
and
over the
match,
line. A
Tom
4-0
Lonsdale.
victory for Tom Lonsdale. More disappointment for Steve Brown. The change of darts didn't work. It actually brought out his worst performance of the week so far. But Tom Lonsdale backs up his best performance of the week so far. That 95.93 in the last. Backed up by a mid-80s. He's going in the right direction. He's on 12 points. He could still get a position in Group B. He could do with Jarno Bottenberg losing the next game, and he is up next against Reece Robinson.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. So before the break, we saw Tom Lonsdale get the better of Steve Brown by 4 legs. Now, this is what we've seen up to press. These are the results from Wednesday's matches. As you can see, the last 4 games all going against the throw. In fact, only 2 games have actually gone with the players with the darts so far. So, big game coming up now. Reece Robinson up against Jarno Bottenberg here. And as you can see, as far as the league table is concerned, a victory for Reece will send him into Saturday night's final. I've got to whisper it quietly because both players are on the stage behind us. It'd end Jarno's hopes, it'd end Lee's hopes, and it would put our first player through to Saturday night's final. Well, both players are behind me, and they've been doing some limbering up ahead of this one getting underway, some stretches and everything else to get ready. And I'm going to do some limbering up now as I hand back to Matt and Phil.
Thank you very much, Henry, and it is very much match point now for Reece Robinson. Has 1.5 hands on the trophy mat. Just needs to rubber stamp it here.
Yeah, he's pretty much there and done, but he'll want to get it confirmed. But don't think that doesn't mean that Reece Robinson isn't going to do Reece Robinson things. He was doing it from match number 1. The only game we've seen like a full focused Reece Robinson was against Lee Cox when he sensed the danger and the threat that it posed.
First leg, it's Reece to throw first. Game on.
But you've got to say, Reece Robinson, if he didn't win Group A,
140.
it would be one of the most unfortunate things you've ever seen because he's been by far the better player of this group.
45.
Yeah, from Monday morning to now, the league table doesn't lie, and he has been the best player, but just needs to get over the line now.
60.
I think this is one of them games that's going to be littered with
134.
big power scoring.
58. 86. 59.
The only danger I think we could potentially have for Reece is that maybe he feels the job's done already and then maybe loses his sort of adrenaline,
54.
his that focus, that purpose, that aggression within the game.
Well, the players do have a TV in their practice room so they can see the broadcast
80.
and when the table gets put up for the viewers at home. So I'm sure he'd have had a glance and worked
60.
it out.
Reece, you require 104. $80. Jarno, you require 122.
We're with the 18s here. Triple 18 leaves the ball. It's not going to be fanned, so Reece Robinson
55.
will return.
Reece,
to
you
take the
require
opening leg.
24.
Surely that's a great guide. The over adjustment.
Game shot on the
But
first
fines
leg.
double
Reece
six, Matt.
Robinson.
See, I'm going to go back to the equipment again because that wasn't so much of an over-adjustment. We saw the first dart shake, the dart that was on the wire.
Second leg, it's
I
Jarno
think
to
he's
throw
just
first.
clattered into this
Game on.
very fixed, rigid material at the back, this all-in-one system. And what he's had is
57.
a massive deflection off the back of it. There's definitely contact. And that first point of contact is going to be that sort of flight on flight.
Yeah,
100.
It's interesting to see that more and more players are switching over to the all-in-one.
140.
But I also
43.
think it's interesting that none of the top 11 in the world use the all-in-ones.
140.
I just don't get the use of... Now, I've done an experiment on these, which was purely just my own. I think I need to try and get some actual big
120.
data. But there's a reason Reece Robinson's got the most bounce outs than anybody.
Yano, you require
because they're just not the pace
164.
approaching the board when the equipment clatters together. That force has to go somewhere.
64.
And the material is just too strong and rigid.
I had to get the rankings up just to run through, and it's Dave Chisnell in 12
58.
is the first player out
Yano,
of
you
that
require 100.
elite bracket that used the all-in-ones.
And I wouldn't be surprised if he stops using them at some. A lot of people experiment and try with things,
60.
but I can see him switching back.
100. Yano, you require 40.
So tops for Yano for a level game.
Game shot on the second leg.
And a
Yano
level game
Bottenberg.
it is. I'm going to say if.
Third leg, it's Reece to throw first.
If
Game
Yano
on.
wins this, all of a sudden there should be a spring in the step of Lee Cox.
There's another dart. Again, you can see how it just hits the flight on the top. I'm not a fan.
120.
I'm really not.
$24.
I know there's a kind of halfway house as well where you can
60.
get the moulded flights, but they still pop into a normal stem.
80.
Yeah, because with that, at least if you get a heavy hit, you've still got that little bit of give that you can lose the material rather
60.
than lose the sort of the trueness of the throw. But even then, they're very strong and very rigid.
96.
I remember when they started looking into like microns on flights, and they started going to like extra thick. People were saying about how like an extra thick flight is just causing too many deflections, and now we've gone even more extreme.
85.
Bring back feathers.
$43.
16 to leave.
136.
And again, Yano can't make any impact here on the Reece
45.
Robinson darts.
Reece, you require 40.
So Mr. Must-See looking at tops for a 2-0,
Shot on the
2-1
third
lead.
leg. Reece Robinson.
And it is. I'm just looking at Yano in the background there. Just trying to loosen himself up, a little bit of tightness.
Joining
Fourth
me, Henry,
leg, it's
wasn't he?
Yano to
Doing a
throw
bit of
first.
limbering up.
Game on.
MODUS Super Series limbering up DVD coming out for Christmas.
83.
Available at all good charity shops.
And car boot sales.
58. 58. 92.
But we'll see if Mr. Must-See becomes Mr. Must-See on
90.
Saturday, because he is more than likely going to be here. And if you do want to see Mr. Must-See, get out your mobile device
92.
and give that QR code a scan. You can come and see Mr. Must-See, the highlight reel, the
60.
Apollo Creed of darts.
$139.
See if he wins another one.
60. Reece, you require 120.
Hello.
Game
It's
shot on the
one
fourth
highlight
leg.
reel.
Reece Robinson.
Mr. Must-See. 3 tops for the 120. living up to his name. He is the human highlight reel that is Reece
Fifth
Robinson.
leg, it's Reece to
and
throw
he's
first.
produced another one.
Game on.
I was about to tag you in, but I think you knew where it was going.
Didn't need to. I've just done my own tag. I've just, as you're up against the
83.
ropes, I've just done it myself.
As much as he's done some
81.
things that have been questionable, that was class. And
100.
I think what's disappointing is he almost just took it out as if, like, it just hit a big 20.
94.
Like, there was no reaction. There was no, have a bit of that. It was just sort of like, yeah, that's what I do. I'm just going to go get my darts out and wait to throw the next leg.
42.
If that was me, I would have done like a Vince McMahon, Conor McGregor walk around the stage.
97.
He's going to win the group
58.
in some style. And already, do you think he'll go in as
137.
favourite for Saturday night?
Well, he's favourite to win the week on the basis of what performance and the levels that he has shown so far.
85. Yano, you require 92.
He became 3-1 favourite for the week going into today.
60. Reece, you require
This would be
133.
Some way to confirm his place. What? Phil?
Yeah,
64.
again, that one I'm not too sure.
Yano,
The
you
tops,
require
the
32.
tops I fully get, but that one, even I'm perplexed.
Game shot on the fifth
And
leg.
he pays the
Yano
price because
Bottenberg.
Jano Bottenberg punishes him, and effectively we're now back on throw.
Sixth leg, it's Yano to throw first.
Was he
Game
trying
on.
bull treble 11 bull? That's the only thing I can think.
Good luck trying to read the mind of Reece Robinson.
96.
No idea. I think I'm going to be tagging you in a little bit more as the day goes on.
134.
But just think, it might mean we get another Reece Robinson
96.
interview today.
Wonder what other nicknames he can give himself.
Well, we might be calling him Mr. Top of the Table
85.
pretty soon. I'm sure he's going to give himself some more exotic nicknames.
$44.
Does
No
have
treble from Jano. And Reece Robinson is going to punish. And punish
140.
he has done. Leaves a finish.
$98.
Finish.
Reece,
That
you
would
require
see him
142.
guaranteed mathematically to win the group.
$127.
Too accurate this
Yano, you
time.
require 167.
It's not going to go. So Reece Robinson
57.
will return, looking
Reece,
at
you require
15
15.
to seal the title. 7 for double 4. Last dart in hand.
7.
And it's not done just yet.
Yano, you require 110.
110 finish to take us all the way to a last leg shootout. It's a dart of tops.
90.
Pulls it low. And that
Reece,
might be
you
the last
require
dart he
8.
throws.
Double 4.
Game
And
shot
double
on the
4
match.
is
Reece Robinson.
hit. Reece Robinson confirmed as the Group A champion with that win. The human highlight reel produced another one. A fabulous 120 finish on 3 tops as part of this victory. There we have it, the 120, 50% on the outer ring, but confirmed the champion of Group A, Reece Robinson. Coming up after the break, Steve Brown takes on Lee Cox.
Well, the human highlight reel gave us a little bit of X factor, and he is through to Saturday night's final. Reece Robinson with a 4-2 victory as Jarno Bottenberg sealing his position through, and he did it by hitting tops or 120. That was absolutely unbelievable. Right, next up for us, it's Lee Cox up against Steve Brown, and watching this one in commentary, it's Matt and Phil.
Welcome back, everyone, on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel for all the action here in Group A of Week 11. And we know who the champion of Group A is. Reece Robinson has an unassailable lead at the top of the table. And congratulations to Mr. Must See. He has been the best player in this group. And now confirmed as the champion.
First leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
There's only one
135.
positional swap up for grabs, really, and that's between Jarno and Tom for Group B or C.
139.
I think the first thing to discuss here is the fact that Steve Brown has persisted with the Adrian Lewis darts, despite the fact he put in his worst performance of the
140.
week with them. He's obviously seen enough in practice to suggest that this is the equipment that is going to see him turn his fortunes around.
137.
Much, much better start here against Lee Cox. But yeah, we've only got one more position that can change in terms of our table, and it's all fixed and done.
100.
And that is Jarno Bottenberg. He is one win away from keeping David
51.
Schitting.
Lee require 126.
Tom Lonsdale will have to take on our table topper if he is to keep tabs with Jarno Bottenberg.
90.
Lee Cox, after just 12 darts, leaves himself on one of his favourites. I'd probably say is his favourite. It's just a harder one to break
84.
down to here, this double 18.
Lee require 36.
The 18's fine. It's
Game shot on
what
the
happens
first
if it
leg.
goes
Lee
wrong.
Cox.
But if in any doubt, don't let it go wrong like that.
Second leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on. $140.
Do you think that Lee's playing with a bit of freedom now, knowing that he can't win Group A, so can just
60.
enjoy the rest of the day?
I think enjoy is probably pushing it a little bit for Lee Cox. I don't think he'll be enjoying this situation, but
140.
he can certainly play with freedom. He knows he's going to be finishing second in the table regardless of what happens. And when that happens, it doesn't hurt so much when your opponent's doing what Steve Brown's doing here. A good opening leg from Steve and then back-to-back 140s.
100.
What a reaction here to your worst performance of the week.
Yeah, and you said it during the warm-up darts
55. Steve,
he
you
must have
require
seen enough in
121.
practice to persist with these.
Game
He
shot on
thought
the
about it,
second
didn't
leg.
he?
Steve Brown.
The Reese Robinson effect is rubbing off, Matt.
Third leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
Just got a different vibe about him all of a sudden, doesn't he?
40.
$12
140.
leg from the bomber. It's just interesting how he looked up at the scoreboard, smirked.
21.
Bit of a Robin Hood going on.
44.
Have you ever had the holy grail of the 3 Robin Hood?
No, I do want it as well. Not in a game, but I want it. Remember, John Bowles
85.
hit it at the World Championships. Worst time to ever get the triple Robin Hood.
100.
Yeah. Rarely seen. But when it is, it's a special moment.
60.
Well, Steve Brown is completely outscoring Lee Cox here in this one.
45.
But just reopens the door here for Lee Cox to try and hold on to his throat.
It's going to need a couple of trebles.
43.
And they're not there. So Steve Brown has forged a break opportunity here.
He's going to need a couple of trebles or Brown to make mistakes.
59. $43.
He's had a couple of trebles,
Steve,
but
you
they're both in
require
treble 1, which is
113.
non-effective here and gives Steve Brown a big opportunity here to get a break a throw.
53.
But no finish for Lee Cox. Steve Brown has all the time in the world here.
137.
He did.
Steve, you require 60.
Double 10. He's
Game shot on the
pinned.
third leg. Steve Brown.
Steve Brown breaks the throw. And I know we questioned his selection of equipment, but right
Fourth
now
leg, it's Steve
it's
to throw
paying off, Matt.
first. Game on.
Yeah, he saw enough in the practice room to know that he can trust it. And to persist with this equipment change to these
81.
Adrian Lewis darts, he has only got one victory on the table so far, so there's nothing to lose.
45. 134.
I know that obviously Steve stepped down from playing in ADC events
60.
because of the conflict of interest of being chairman and playing. First of all, did you agree with the decision?
58.
And two, has it had this impact on his game?
Yeah, I do agree with the decision. I fully understand it from Steve Brown. And yeah, he's not playing much darts, which
45.
because of that, it's going to take him a bit of time to get into things. We did say, I think, the best opportunity he's going to have is Thursday and Friday, not this Group A campaign.
83.
Lee Cox has just completely lost his way here. He hit the ground running in the opening leg.
44.
And
Steve,
now
you
he can't
require
find the treble.
145.
Yeah, it's like someone's just turned off the targeting computer.
105.
And passed it to Steve Brown, who's having his best performance of the week here in this fixture. He's losing the line all over the place here, Lee Cox.
45. Steve, you require 40. Game shot on the fourth leg. Steve Brown.
Steve Brown, one away from victory, and this would be an upset here.
Fifth leg,
in
it's
Group
Lee
A.
to throw first. Game on.
Averaging 94.13 at the moment.
100.
Raise to the eyebrows, a surprise from Lee Cox, who hits a treble.
135.
Steve Brown has put 31 points on his average from the last match.
140.
Whenever he did in that 15-minute break, I wish he'd write it down
60.
and pass me a little note under the door.
Not sure it's broadcastable. May have gone and had a stern word with himself.
60.
Still got to do the hardest job of all, which is getting over the line,
136.
which, when you've been losing as much as Steve Brown has, that's going to be a tricky task.
85. Steve, you require 170.
Lee Cox has got the advantage of throwing 2 of the last 3 legs.
60. Lee, you require 116.
Not going to get a dart
100.
this time around.
Steve,
so
you
Steve
require
Brown,
110.
110 to serve this one out. Will get a match dart. And it is a dart at tops. That's unfortunate.
72.
It's just the wrong side of the
Lee, you
wire.
require 16.
It was a great effort.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
But
Lee
now he
Cox.
goes all the way back to 501, and this is where the danger could potentially pose itself for Steve Brown, who doesn't have that winning feeling,
Sixth
doesn't have
leg, it's
those
Steve
winning
to throw
vibes.
first. Game
Will
on.
know this is the leg. If he is going to win, he'll want it done here.
42.
Yeah, once that dart left the fingers, he'd have thought it was in.
Oh yeah, it was a very well thrown dart. Just
59.
slightly unfortunate in terms of the wrong side of the wire, but that's how small margins are in a game of darts.
100.
But he's not letting it lose his focus.
100.
And although no 180s, the
77.
tons and 140s, that's the best we've seen from Steve Brown this week.
Well, when you've got 13 scores of a ton or more, that also shows a lot of consistency.
60.
After 9 darts, they're level on 282 apiece.
85.
Massive last start for Steve Brown. Forces that one into the treble. But that is an invitation here for Lee Cox. That sits absolutely perfectly in the board. And tight right to 180, left to right. Perfectly timed.
131. Lee require 102.
So 102 to send us all the way. He went the treble 14 route, but it's not been hit. So Steve Brown should get another match start.
94.
He should,
Steve, you
and
require
it's going to be
66.
under pressure. He's got 2.
48.
Is that
Lee require
the opportunity to win this match? Oh, he's
no
bust.
score.
Steve Brown lives again.
Steve, you require 18.
999 for the bomber. Can he work off of that? Yes,
Game
he
shot.
can.
Under match.
Steve Brown has produced his best performance in this Group A. A 4-2 win over Lee Cox. That's more like the Steve Brown we all know. It's taken his time to grow into this, but he is now there. 89.94 the average from Steve Brown. That fabulous 1-2-1 finish en route. But coming up after the break, Jarno Bottenberg against David Schlichting.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Steve Brown got the better of Lee Cox by 4 legs to 2. Next up is that man on your screen, David Schlichting, in action. He takes on Jarno Bottenberg. Now, victory here for David would mean that this man here is going to precariously look over his shoulder in terms of the Group B qualification. A race we didn't think was on, may well be. Watching this one in the commentary box, it's Matt Edgar and Phil Bars.
Thank you very much, Henry. And welcome back to all of our viewers at the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel and, of course, Sporty Stuff TV. And we've spoken about it a few times. We
First
said that
leg,
Steve
it's
Brown
Jarno to
would
throw first.
grow into the
Game
week.
on.
And that's exactly what's happening, Matt.
That was by far the best performance we've seen from Steve Brown so far. And 3 of his matches today have been
45.
over the 80 average. That one nearly touching the 90. When we look at it on Monday, he only had 1 average over 80. That was 80.39. He managed it twice yesterday.
140.
So positive signs for Steve Brown that he could still play a part in this week.
58.
And I wonder if he'll stick with those Adrian Lewis darts for the rest of the week.
I think he's going to have to for the next game on the back of what we saw in that one.
58.
This is a game here that would have everything pretty
78.
much done if Bottenberg was to win. It would certainly knock David Schlichting out of an opportunity of squeezing a Group B place.
141.
I suppose the interesting scrap now is between
100.
Jarno and Tom for that third spot and final place in Group B.
58.
If David Schlichting was to win here.
56. David, you require 104. 84. Jarno, you require 164.
Won't go on this occasion, so David Schlichting, an opportunity here
55. David, you
to
require
break the throw at
20.
the earliest opportunity of Jarno, who just seems to have
Game shot on the first leg. David Schlichting.
lost a bit of enthusiasm. That's one thing we can never say about David Schlichting. He's a very enthusiastic character.
Second leg, it's
trying
David
to
to throw
appease the
first.
bail.
Game on.
Yeah, I love it. Full of it. Giving it some.
55.
Knows where the camera is. Back in his own ability.
93. 59.
Who are you most looking forward
84.
to seeing of the players that are coming in for Thursday and Friday?
I think it's always interesting when James Richardson's here because I just don't know what to expect from
56.
James Richardson. We see him win 5 games out of 5, then the next day lose 5 out of 5. I like players that are a bit tricky to
40.
read. Makes for an interesting tale.
$58.
Yeah, Group C in particular as well. That looks a very competitive group. Which will start at 1 p.m. tomorrow and conclude 1 p.m. on Friday.
$81.
Do you think the players will have looked overnight as to what group they're probably going to end up
101.
in and who's coming into that group?
Yeah, I think they'd be a bit nervous about Group C because it looks quite tasty this week.
180. Jarno, you require 88. 63. David, you require 12. Game shot on the second leg. David Schlichting.
But it is the Turtle who's raced into a 2-0 lead.
Third leg, it's Jarno to throw first.
You are
Game
interested who's going to be joining us this week? Group C,
on.
James Richardson.
134.
Andy Hamilton and Scott Taylor. That's a tasty Group C.
It's a tough Group
96.
C.
Group B, Kevin Edwards, Matty Dennett,
180.
and David Davies.
Looking forward to seeing David back.
100.
Yeah, right
93.
now, if you're Jarno, your priority is to finish third, not to get drawn into that battling
100.
Group C with only 2
Jarno, you require
from 6
94.
going through. The odds are not in your favour, especially when it is stacked full of the
54.
quality that it is.
$105. Jarno, you require 40. Game shot on the third leg, Jarno Bottenberg.
But Bottenberg has a leg on the board. It's only a hold and throw, but it's something he
Fourth
can
leg, it's
gain
David to throw
confidence from,
first.
something to build
Game
on in
on.
this match. He's getting better just about.
180.
But David Schlichting pops in his second max. And the average moves over
97.
93.
Coming into this game, he was one of the least likely players to hit a 180.
96.
Joint bottom of that table with Steve Brown on 7. But now, starting to find the big stuff.
41. $59.
Didn't quite work that out, I think, the way he thought he did.
No, I think he's got his maths wrong there.
96.
Well, he's got his accuracy right there.
134.
Sets him up beautifully on double 16 after 12.
If in doubt, just hit trebles.
97. David, you require 32.
Double 16 for 3-1. Double 8, 1 dart left.
16.
Look at the deflection that one's taken.
Jarno, you
Brutal.
require 170.
Won't get any worse for him at the moment. Jarno can't take out the 170.
96.
Schlichting to put
David, you
himself a leg
require
away from the
16.
match.
Game shot on the
This
fourth leg.
could
David
just keep
Schlichting.
the table alive in terms of who gets that final place in Group B. We know Lee Cox is going to be taking part in Group B. Who's going to be joining him? There are 3 players
Fifth
now
leg, it's
potentially
Jarno
in
to
this
throw
race. If
first.
David Schlichting
Game
can get
on.
over the line here, he's back in with a little bit of a shout.
180.
Speaking of shouts, how about that 180 shout? 4th time we've heard it so far, 2 apiece.
93.
Carries on in this manner. Jack will have no voice left.
57.
Good, because I'm sharing a house with him this week.
Has he bored you yet?
I think he did
58.
that in the first 5 minutes when he started dissing the wrestling show I was watching. And then last night you put on this
42.
weird program on the telly. It had some bloke in it. It looked just like you, actually.
Did it?
100.
Was it any good?
No.
$58. $57. Jarno, you require 164. 64.
So, Jarno leaves a round ton, but a big visit here from Schlichting can leave this under extreme pressure.
64.
Not going to happen
Jarno, you
this time
require
around, though.
100. Game shot on the fifth leg, Jarno Bottenberg.
Nice finish there from Jarno Bottenberg. That's only his second Tumpless finish of the week so far. He had a 109 earlier in the week, which was a match-winning
Sixth
shot.
leg, it's David to throw first.
That was a
Game
match-saving
on.
shot. Keeps himself alive and hunting out these points to try and confirm that Group
45.
B position.
Yeah. He's now going to have to try and find something against the darts.
140.
But Schlichting only starting off with 45 has opened the door. But this is some reply.
140.
The facials are getting a little bit more expressive.
97. $85.
I like it.
Yeah, I'm a fan.
44.
Needs to find a treble.
64.
It's left to finish, but it could be under severe pressure with a big visit here.
90.
Just about rescues
David,
the
you require
situation there, Matt, with the treble
167.
17.
$128. Check 127. Yana, you require 130.
So 130 to save the match. Can't find the treble 20, which would have left the ball.
47.
So now
David,
it's
you
out
require
of his
40.
hands.
Game shot and the match, David Schlichting.
And there we have it. Match confirmed for David Schlichting. 4-2 winner. And there it is. He loves that camera. 4-2 win for the Turtle. And the race for Group B, all of a sudden, has just got interesting with 4 games to go. Still plenty to play for here in this Group A. But coming up after the break, Tom Lonsdale against Reese Robinson.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where David Schlichting's got the better of Jarno Bottenberg by 4 legs to 2. And that's really intensified the race for Group E darts. And that man, Tom Lonsdale, is very much in that particular conversation. Not it's going to be something that sways that man here, Mr. Must-See, because he is into Saturday here at the Super Series. As far as Lonsdale is concerned, victory in this one could well put him up into 3rd spot and in that Group B conversation because of the legs difference bracket. Right, let's get into this one. Matt and Phil.
So here we go, Matt. Are you ready for this? Because Mr.
First leg,
Must-See
it's Tom to throw first.
is back.
Game on.
I'm expecting fireworks.
I think they're both going to
100.
probably egg each other on, probably in the wrong way in this game, because we see Tom Lonsdale likes to go for the bullseye whenever it's left. Been reliably informed that he does that all the time.
52.
And Reese Robinson is going to be a referee's nightmare.
100. 140.
The thing is, though, Tom Lonsdale has to keep his composure as well, because there is still a space in Group B, and that's where you'd rather be.
100.
We've already spoken about the carnage that could happen from C with only 2 from those 6 going through. So a win here
100.
would put him level on points with Jarno. Depending on the margin of victory, would depend
125.
which way round they sit going into the final round of fixtures.
Yeah, and Tom Lonsdale is really finding some
59.
good stuff here at the back
Tom, you
end of
require 76.
this Group A campaign. Oh, that's possibly
44.
a weakness for him, though.
Reese, you require
The
150.
amount of big numbers he's missing. He's gone for 3 balls. Phil?
59.
You shouldn't be surprised though, should you?
Tom, you require 32. Game shot on the first leg. Tom Lonsdale.
Tom Lonsdale takes the opener on throw, but going back to Mr. Must-See, that's not,
Second leg,
that
it's
one's
Reese
not a
to throw
surprise for me.
first. Game on.
It's the first time for everything, ladies and gents. Matthew Edgar is lost for words.
134.
He just baffles me, Reese, does he? Just absolutely baffles me.
60. $121.
And I'm sure very entertaining. It's only because I've got to sit here and try and make
140.
sense of it all that I'm probably not sat along loving it.
If you were sat at home watching it, you'd be on the edge of your seat.
Oh, I'd be enjoying it if I was sat at home, absolutely. But when you're
81.
tasked with the job of trying to explain what's going on, it's not the easiest thing to do.
No, I'll give you that one.
59. $95.
Robinson leaves 70 after 12
$57. Reese, you require 70.
to make it a level game. 2 darts at double 8.
Game shot on the
Only needs
second
the
leg.
one.
Reese Robinson.
Reese Robinson squares this one up, averaging just over 94 right
Third
now.
leg, it's Tom to throw first. Game on. $81.
He has been
140.
the clear standout player from start to finish, Reese Robinson. He's been top of the table the whole way through. He's going to end top of the table. He will
58.
be back on Saturday, but you won't be seeing him for the next couple of days. He will be taking in the sights of Portsmouth. It's probably a bit too far for him to go back to Hull, don't you think?
100.
Yeah, it's got to be a good 4.5 hours from here, I'd say.
100.
Well, in terms of miles, we're talking
26.
over 270 miles. Taking 4 hours, 40 minutes without traffic.
It's not a
98.
bad guess, was it?
It's as if you sort of spend 90% of your life on the road, Phil.
I know the UK motorways quite well.
95. Tom, you require 164. $103.
So
Reese, you require 140.
140 for a break. Another. Just the wrong side. So Tom Lonsdale will be back to convert the 61.
84. Tom, you require
I
61.
wouldn't be surprised. I was trying to utilising the
Game
ball on
shot on
the
the
first
third
start
leg.
there.
Tom
I was going to
Lonsdale.
say, I wouldn't have been surprised to see him go 11 ball because he did that on the 63 yesterday, didn't he? He went 13 for the ball. And that was against Reese. He sort of got drawn into that battle with
Fourth
him.
leg, it's Reese to throw first. Game
Tom
on.
Lonsdale has really shown us a different side of him today, a much higher quality consistently. Yes, he had the 113 average yesterday, and he's
95.
as a standout moment for him, but the level of consistency he's shown across the day today, not dropped below
81.
the 80 mark. Lowest average of the day so far, an 82. Makes it interesting, doesn't it, for the back end of the week? If he can keep this going, he's going to be in contention.
Yeah, and we saw yesterday that although Reece Robinson has been the standout
100.
player in the group, the standout moment and performance has come from Tom Lonsdale.
100.
Only 200-plus averages so far this week. Reece Robinson with one of them, 104.29.
100.
That came in match number 4 on Monday, which was around about this time. Tom Lonsdale with the second one, significantly higher, 113.43, match number 2 of yesterday.
Yeah, it was simply outstanding. And Reece Robinson doesn't usually miscount,
145.
but he's made a counting error there to leave 162, and all of a sudden his throw is under some pressure because Tom Lonsdale
41.
should get one dart, if not
75.
2, to break the Robinson throw. 18 for Tops for 3-1,
55.
and the opportunity's gone
Reece
for now.
require
Did Tom
121.
Lonsdale go for the ball to leave the ball? Well, we know what he does want now. He wants double 10. He will be coming back because Reece Robinson unable to take out the 1-2-1.
53.
And this is for a 3-1
required
lead
20.
and a breaker throw.
Game shot on the 4th leg. Tom
This
Lonsdale.
is significantly better from Tom Lonsdale in every department. Averaging around about the 90 mark, and you feel in
5th
control
leg, it's
here
Tom
of
to throw
the man
first.
top of the table.
Game on.
Yeah, and interesting as well that caught my eye as the winning double went in, that right
27.
now Tom Lonsdale has leapfrogged into that 3rd place in the live table as we stand.
140.
All of a sudden, this race for Group B is getting interesting.
60.
Especially because of who's playing in the last game of the session. Depending on what
69.
happens in our next game, game 15 could have huge significance.
100.
I think basing on the reaction there of Reece Robinson, I think that was a dart of the 19s.
I agree.
$43.
I'm not sure if Reece just grabbed his shoulder there a little bit.
58.
Interesting to see if there's anything here. Maybe hyperextended something. Definitely something wrong. Has he just pulled something?
It's a bit snatchy all of a sudden, isn't he?
41.
He may need those 2 days off.
$98.
Slowed things right down as well here. Reece Robinson coming very deliberate,
108.
but very accurate at the same time.
Tom, you require 158. $58. Reece, you require 28.
Thanks to that maximum, he's going to get darts
Game shot on the
to
5th
cut the
leg.
gap. And
Reece
that's
Robinson.
exactly what Reece Robinson does. Pins double 14. First time of asking. He doesn't look happy up there, does he, Matt?
6th leg.
No,
It's Reece to
not
throw
at all.
first.
He's
Game on.
completely changed in demeanour. He's no longer that sort of flamboyant, bouncy sort of character, and Tom Lonsdale could potentially sense a bit of blood here.
60. 100.
Interesting couple of minutes here.
85.
Is that almost a default setting as a dart player? I know you've been in this situation, Matt, that when you are playing with a
59.
slight injury or something like that, that you do change your pace and your rhythm just to try and manage the situation?
You do to try and anticipate
100.
the problem or anticipate the pain. You're sort of expecting it to happen, so you hold back. And often that looks quite snatchy.
43. 100. 100. Reach, you require 156. 56.
It's an opportunity here for Lonsdale to apply pressure
139. Reach, you require
to
100.
this 100 for Robinson. Tops. It's not going to go. So
36.
Tom Lonsdale has the opportunity
Tom, you
here
require 60.
to seal the points. Double 10.
Game
and he
shot
finds
and the
it.
match. Tom Lonsdale.
Tom Lonsdale has defeated the Group A winner, Reece Robinson, and put himself in pole position to qualify for Group B with a round of fixtures to go. Still plenty to play for here, and we'll see you all after the break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, we saw Tom Lonsdale get the better of Reece Robinson by 4 legs to 2. That completed the 4th round of 5 for our Wednesday here at the Super Series. Prior to that, we saw David Schlichten get the better of Jana Bottenberg by 4 legs to 2, and Steve Brown beating Lee Cox by that same scoreline. So 1 round of fixtures to go. Now, we know who's going to win the group. That's Reece Robinson. We knew that a few minutes ago. But we now have an interesting race as far as the qualification for Group B is concerned. Now, it's Tom Lonsdale who has taken advantage in that particular race. Aldiana Bottenberg was in charge for a large sway of this group. So he's on 14, Bottenberg's on 14. David Schlichting's still there on 12, and he takes on Tom Lonsdale in the final game of the session. But first up for us is Bottenberg up against Cox. Watching this one is Matt and Phil.
Here we go, everyone entering our final round of fixtures in week 11, Group A. We know who the winner is. However, Matt, all of a sudden, there are two standout fixtures in this round that are going to determine a lot.
Yeah, that Group B does have its mathematical benefits, and it's got to be said when we're looking at the history of the players and the CVs of the players, that Group C
First
this
leg,
week
it's Jarno to throw first. Game on.
is looking a little bit brutal.
Oh, you don't want any part of that Group C because you can make a case for all of
54.
the players to come through. And when the numbers don't fall in your favour, it's not the place to be.
45.
I think we saw from
96.
Lee Cox in that last performance just a bit of flatness.
Yeah, I agree.
59.
Playing with disappointment, isn't he, at the minute? He knew he had to come in here and win 5 from 5 and
93.
fell short of that when he lost to Reece Robinson and sort of took his chances of winning this group out.
100. $123.
So, just looking at proceedings, a win for Jarno here
60.
would eliminate
Jarno, you
David from
require
being able to
135.
qualify for Group B.
95.
That would leave it a straight shootout between Jarno and Tom for that spot. But a Lee Cox win
60.
and everything is in
Jarno, you
play.
require 40.
It's going to be
Shot
an
on the
interesting
first leg,
finale.
Jarno
And
Bottenberg.
Jarno Bottenberg knows what he needs to do. He needs to get the victory here and then hope
Second leg,
things
it's Lee
go
to throw
right for him
first.
in the
Game
last
on.
game between Schlichting and Lonsdale. Reece Robinson and Steve Brown
60.
sandwiched between those in a top versus bottom battle. But for me, that one's going to be really interesting to see how Steve Brown gets on, to see if he can
134.
back up that performance he had, which was the best performance he's had of the week by far when he won his last fixture.
Well, yeah, and in terms of performances,
100.
he's in the ascendancy because he did produce his best stuff in his last game.
57.
Whereas Reece Robinson was defeated in his last game.
140. 140.
Yeah, we thought Group A was going to run its course.
59. Jarno, you require
Thankfully, we were mistaken
170.
because there's still plenty on these ties.
78. Lee, you require 142.
17s. It's a very new traditional route, and I like it.
It's very good for a tops man.
102. Jarno, you
That's what
require
he's left
92.
himself. Will he get a shot? We've seen this go a few times today.
56.
Oh, that's a good effort there from
Lee
Jarno
require
Bottenberg.
40.
Unable to get the double-double.
Game
And
shot on the
Lee
second
Cox
leg. Lee Cox.
levels it up.
It is one apiece.
Third leg, it's Jarno to throw first. Game on. 100.
Just sense that Lee Cox will carve an opportunity. It's whether he can
85.
take it or not. Because Jarno has the darts here in match 13.
91.
We are at the bottom of the country at the
40.
moment here in Portsmouth, but Lee Cox, I'm sure, will be taking the drive up the M6 to the northeast,
81.
northwest very soon to go to Wigan, October the 28th, the final Challenge Tour weekend.
100.
And still plenty
180.
to be decided there as Jarno pings his first maximum of this match.
96. Jarno, you require 49.
It's looking like Barry Van Peer is on course to top
39.
that Challenge Tour order of merit.
$82. Jarno, you require 10.
Double 5 for Jarno. That looks an inviting guide, but he's over adjusted.
6.
And all of a sudden, Lee Cox has
Lee
that
require
opportunity.
98.
78. Treble 18 leaves double 12. But again,
86.
it's that bottom wire.
Jarno, you require
That's been the story
4.
of Lee Cox's day so far.
Game shot on the third leg. Jarno Bottenberg.
And Jarno Bottenberg steps in to hold. Yeah, we were saying on that,
Fourth leg, it's
Challenge
Lee to
tour,
throw
Matt.
first. Game on.
there's some interesting scenarios, twists and turns for many players that we have seen here at the Super Series.
100.
Barry Van Peer close to winning that outright. But it's the second, third and fourth scenarios that
96.
I'm interested in. Christian Kist, although second in this order of merit, also has a place at the World Championships through the Pro Tour order of merit due to how well he's performed
140.
when he stepped up. Then in 3 and 4, we have best mates colliding. Two players that we know very well here
140.
at the Super Series, Cam Crabtree and Owen Bates. Separated by only about £375.
100.
Getting interesting, isn't it? It could be a good weekend, that one, up in Wigan in a week or so's time.
133. Lee, you require
Lee
161.
Cox currently sat in 42nd on that order of merit, but if he can put a big one together, he could potentially put himself into one of those
90.
UK Open qualifying positions.
Jarno, you require 132.
The champagne shot. Treble 19 would have left the ball.
64. Lee, you require
It's my favourite finish in
71.
darts. 132. It's going to be one dart at tops for a level game.
Game shot on the
level
fourth
we
leg.
are.
Lee Cox.
71 from Cox.
Fifth leg, it's Jarno to throw first. Game on.
You do find when you're out on those tours, you can get bitter very
60.
quickly, and there's stories out there at the moment today where Nick Kenny 3-1 down, averaging 119, while
62.
Nick Fulwell is 4-0 up, averaging 73. You just get a bit bitter at times when you're
108.
out and about on the various tours.
This is why we love the sport.
121. $140.
And again, have it on very good authority that Gary Anderson was a little bit special at one of
60.
his
Jarno,
sponsor
you
days
require
yesterday.
121.
It's been special all year. That's not a special shot, though. There's 119, so nothing you can do from there other than set this one up. And enough time to do so. Lee
41.
Cox, non-effective on 252 to the leg.
$58. Jano, you require 80.
Single 20 for tops and a 3-2 lead.
40.
Lee Cox can't finish, so Jano will be back.
140.
He can finish now. There's a little bit of
Jano, you
pressure
require
applied to this
40.
tops.
$20.
Going back to dart 1 straight away. That
Lee,
tops
you
was
require
dragged
60.
very low.
It has been all day. It's not something new or a new development for Jano. It's been something that's been there all day,
50.
but he's got away with it here.
Jano, you require 20. Game shot on the 5th leg. Jano Bottenberg.
Gets another opportunity and takes it on this occasion. And really does keep his hopes alive of
6th
getting
leg, it's Lee
a
to throw
Group
first.
B
Game
qualification.
on.
I feel like there's a significant result I need to mention here as well. Peter Wright
135.
out 6-0.
140.
And he still has plenty of work to do to get to Minehead.
Did you ever think you'd be saying
100.
No.
$83. 45.
Is that the mistake that Jano needs to get this one done
60.
early? And with the race for third looking so close, every leg could be huge.
100.
If you're Jano in this situation, if you go on and win this match, do you hang around to see your fate?
Absolutely not.
46.
I remember I was in a very similar situation. It was
require
actually a Group C to
121.
qualify, and I did my bit and then just left, and what will be will be. Can't change anything. I think
113.
I went back and went and had a hot dog, and before I decided if I was going to have dessert or not, I had a little look on
140.
the old socials,
Lee,
see
you
what happened.
require 8.
Double 2. How much can he see?
6. Jano, you require 32.
Not enough. And it is now match point for Jano Bottenberg. Double 8.
Game
Seals
shot.
the
Under
deal.
match. Jano Bottenberg.
Jano Bottenberg has done his bit in the race for Group B. He has done all he can. He moves on to 16 points and currently occupies that position, but he will now have to wait until game 15 to see the outcome of where he ends up playing. But between now and then, we still have a game to play as well, which will be Reese Robinson against Steve Brown.
Welcome back to the Super Series. Before the break, we saw Jarno Bottenberg get the better of Lee Cox by 4 legs to 2 to round off their Group A campaigns. Next up for us, it is a final run out for Steve Brown and Reece Robinson. As far as Steve's concerned, we're going to see him tomorrow and Friday afternoon in our Group C affairs. As for Robinson, well, we're not going to see him now after this game until Saturday night. Mr. Must-See is in the must-see night. Right, let's get into this one. Matt and Phil.
Here we go. I'm interested to see how Reece is. Obviously, there seemed to be some kind of issue in his last game. So, only one game between his games. So, it'd be interesting to see if it's reacted or anything like that, Matt.
First leg, it's Reece to throw first.
I was
Game
just
on.
watching Steve Brown's darts go through the air. They went through absolutely lovely. From a textbook.
Arc.
Lovely, yeah. Nice projection of the throw.
58.
Do you remember when we used to have the flight cam where you used to see the wibble and the wobble, as
97.
the great Sid Waddell used to say?
Oh, that was fantastic, wasn't it? And the thing was, I used to think that was some great technology, and then you just see it's a guy with a camera who just goes, boom, just follows it really quick.
57. 137. 121.
It's a lovely angle that. We've just seen it again. The flight path of the Steve Brown
95.
darts.
That just confirms that this isn't an equipment issue. The reason as to why his performance has not quite been where they've
81.
expected it to be.
$100.
Down to 72 against the darts. So Steve Brown
95.
should get a dart here
Steve,
to
you
break the
require
Robinson
72.
throw. 16 for tops. Tops for a break.
Game shot on the first
Critical
leg.
from the
Steve
bomber.
Brown.
All of a sudden, has Steve Brown just found that catalyst, that thing he was searching for?
Second leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
We've referenced a couple of songs today, and who
96.
was it who said they still haven't found what they're looking for?
I think he has now.
I think that's a song that's going to be coming off the Steve Brown playlist.
Also, as well, it was interesting. I had to pop to the bathroom
85.
in between games and walking back through the players' room to our commentary room, Matt. You had the cluster of 3 players
100.
round the screen trying to work out the permutations for game number 15.
Good luck with that. I've got the table in front of
60.
me and I haven't got a clue, so all I can say with that is we'll update you as the match goes.
43.
bit- Messy, shall we say.
$128. 62.
I think the
Check,
simple
81.
equation is for Lonsdale, he has to win 4-2 or better. 4-3 would level the legs, but
74.
legs 1 would go to Bottenberg.
Correct. And that dart on the floor,
130.
disastrous for Reece Robinson. It
Reece,
goes
you
back to
require
the point
154.
that you've been making all day about the equipment. Too many darts on the floor.
15. Steve, you require 51. Game shot on the second leg. Steve Brown.
Steve Brown, in match number 3 today, averaged 65.14 and lost 4-0.
Third leg, it's Reece to throw
At
first.
that point,
Game on.
I feared so much for Steve Brown. That's when we already changed the darts. All of a sudden, he has found the best darts he has this week. 89.94 in a 4-2 victory in the
41.
last game against Lee Cox. And now he's averaging 94 here against the man top of the table.
140.
Who's gone from
83.
Mr. Must-See, Mr. Highlight Reel and all the names he's given himself to looking like Mr. Get me off this stage.
44.
Yeah, nice little shot of how both players' darts
57.
line the board as well.
100. 68.
Losing the line now as well, isn't he? Which is a concern. It's not just the high and the low darts, it's the left and the right. When you start losing that vertical line, that's the time to start
85.
sending up those distress signals. He's been outscored by 120 points in the opening 12 dart exchange.
128.
Yeah, and
Steve, you require 132.
the Steve Brown performance shows no sign of letting up.
$64.
So
Reese, you
1,
require
2, 4
124.
for Reese. And again, he's drifting. He's got the Mardle drifts.
Making life very tricky for
45.
himself. And
Steve,
again,
you
staying up
require
there just makes it a
68.
little bit more tricky as well. 41 left for Brown. And tops.
Game shot on the
That
third
is 3
leg.
darts
Steve
thrown
Brown.
at a double here for Steve Brown. He's hit all 3. This, when you're talking about upsets, would be a sizable
Fourth leg, it's Steve
upset.
to throw first.
Not too long ago,
Game on.
I just cast my eye over the sports book to see what the general view was.
100.
Reese Robinson was 2-11 favourite.
What price would 4-0 Steve Brown been?
95.
1,000 to 1.
$96.
I may have exaggerated that just to...
$140. $100.
This would be not just a sizable upset,
96.
but I think this would be a statement for Steve Brown and finally a sign that some positivity is coming through, ready for Thursday and Friday's campaign.
Yeah, until these last couple of performances,
55. Reese, you require
you wouldn't have
170.
held out much hope for Steve in Group C, but all of a sudden, he's back in the equation.
58. Steve, you require 150. $118.
What
Reese,
a
you require
fantastic
12.
setup shot there from Steve Brown. I think this is going to be it. Steve Brown yet to miss a dart
54.
at a double.
Steve, you require 32.
For a whitewash.
Game shot, undermatch.
Bagel
Steve
served.
Brown.
The bomber, Steve Brown, has found something that he's been searching for all day, and he has just whitewashed Reese Robinson, the Group A winner, 4-0. And all of a sudden, he goes into Group C as a contender. But coming up after the break, all eyes on this tie because it is the race for Group B and third spot, where David Schlichting takes on Tom Lonsdale.
Well, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We're joined up here on the balcony by our group winner, Rhys Robinson. Rhys, many congratulations on winning the group. Just sum up the last 3 days from your perspective.
I'm happy with winning the group because there's a lot of great players in the group. But my own performance, I'm not too happy about it, to be honest.
What would you put that down to? What do you think that the difference has been in terms of your level of performance?
I think the first day, I don't know, I won too many points, if that makes sense, and I just was chasing more points, and I don't know.
Did you almost feel too relaxed?
Yeah, a little bit. And then when I was a bit more nervy this morning, I seemed to play better with a bit more nerves, and I knew I needed to beat Lee, who was a class player, and I played better for having that, and I just, a little bit too relaxed on certain games, and yeah, I think that was it.
Do you feel like sometimes you've got to have that push to bring that level that we know out of Rhys Robinson?
I hope so, anyway. I hope that's the problem, anyway, and I'm not just very bad. But yeah, I hope it's just me just sleeping a little bit, and then I'll come back around soon.
Right, the human highlight reel did something else again today. The 120, the free tops. You've got a bit of previous in doing this here.
Another one.
and another one. Free tops. Now you're through to Saturday night. Any more maverick moves on your mind?
Oh, I don't choose what happens in here, mate. Sometimes they just come to me and I'll just go for them, and I might have another one up the sleeve.
Free bullseyes?
Oh, I do fancy it. I fancy it.
Say in the camera, do you fancy the free
I
bullseye?
do fancy it.
Right. Thank you very much, Rhys. Much appreciated. We'll see you Saturday night. Many congratulations. Enjoy the rest. One more game to go for us. This is the race for Group B darts. David Schlichting against Tom Lonsdale. Now, a 4-2 win for Tom will secure his passage into tomorrow night's action. Rhys doesn't have to worry about that. He's through to Saturday, and we're going to see him there. And watching this one, it's Phil and Matt.
Here we go, Matt. Game 15. And still something on it. After 3 days of action, for Tom Lonsdale, it boils down to this. Will it be Group C or will it be Group B? The next 7 legs will tell us.
It might not even take that long, because if David Schlichting takes the first 3 legs, we'll know what it's going to be, because Tom Lonsdale needs a 4-2
First
or better
leg, it's
victory.
David to throw first. Game on.
And if he gets that, he will knock Jarno Bottenberg down into Group C.
$134.
Yeah, the pressure that's on
45.
Tom here. Well, I think it'll tell us a lot about his character as well.
$96. 60.
Well, we know he's got the character to do this. He has recently won an ADC title, and in doing so, beating our back-to-back Super Series champion Luke Littler in the final.
140. $57. David, you require 131. $91.
Schlichting in control on his own darts here. Has time on his side.
60. David, you
Got
require
lots of time
40.
on his side. Absolutely dominant leg of darts here from David Schlichting.
30.
With a lack of urgency on the board, hitting 30 there could cause problems.
Yeah, I'm
99.
not sure on the board management there.
David, you require
that last
10.
dart of double 10 has to be on the safe side and on the outside.
6.
Because now it gets messy.
It's becoming a bigger drama than it needed to be.
140. David, you require 4.
If this doesn't go, you go back to that visit. Because again, that looks blocked. Now it's the madhouse.
No score.
That's exactly what we're talking
Tom, you
about. Board
require
management.
40.
And all of a sudden, Tom
Game shot on
Lonsdale
the
has
first
stepped
leg.
in.
Tom Lonsdale.
to break in the opening leg. And that goes back
Second leg, it's Tom to throw first.
to that visit
Game on.
of 30 to leave 10.
Well, when David Schlichting left tops,
100.
he was back on 339. At that point, you're just thinking, what dart will it be
95.
that gets him over the line? But Tom Lonsdale, who's looking for a big result, just gets a big stroke of fortune.
31. 42.
Remember, Tom Lonsdale needs to
82.
win 4-2 or better to book his place in Group B.
60.
What he'd give for a big visit here. Another leaves a finish.
140.
Down to a finish first.
$140. Tom, you require 148.
148. It's not going to go, but just has to leave this handy.
82.
Treble
David, you
19
require
comes to his rescue, Matt.
164.
Big last start, that big switch. Big hit from Tom Lonsdale.
64. Tom, you require 66.
And a shot that most players don't enjoy, 66. You always feel like you're wasting a dart somewhere. And
Game
it's
shot
not
on
going
his
to be at the
second
double
leg.
that is
Tom
wasted. That is
Lonsdale.
halfway to victory. And he is doing the job he needs to do. He needs a good victory, 4-2 or better. And he is
Third
well
leg, it's
and
David to throw
truly on
first.
course for that.
Game on.
And also, he didn't do anything stupid on 66, which tells me he knows the importance.
93.
Yeah, it's something he's been accused of at times for
100.
getting involved in a few shenanigans. Not there. All business.
140.
That dart is pulled very, very low.
30. 128.
David Schlichting in control of this leg, but he was in leg one as well.
125.
And he made a mess of it.
David, you require
Will not want
140.
history to repeat itself here in leg three.
58. 85. David, you require 82.
Does leave a finish, but it's 82 for Schlichting. He was going for the ball.
Game shot on the third leg. David Schlichting.
There's one of the lives gone for Tom Lonsdale. He's only got two.
Fourth leg, it's Tom to throw first. Game on.
But he can do this just by holding his throw.
Yeah, he's done the hard work in
85.
breaking the turtle's throw. Now it's that bit of just holding. Make it sound easy, don't we?
100.
Well, you can make anything sound easy, can't you, with words?
100.
I was going to bow into some Boy's Own lyrics then, but I thought better of it.
93.
Well, we've referenced quite a few things today, haven't we? Some Sinatra, some U2, some O-Town.
59.
The door is slightly ajar here.
41.
But he's not taken the opportunity. Still advantage Lonsdale, but needs a treble.
97.
Again, the treble 19 comes to his rescue.
Lovely cover shooting. Sets himself up. But it's all about Lonsdale this game. David is just
122.
out there trying
Tom, you
to
require 160.
spoil the party here for Tom Lonsdale.
Just stay straight.
100.
What a last start that is.
David, you require
from Tom.
145.
Piles the pressure back onto David on the 145.
$87.
Here
Tom,
we
you
go.
require 60.
Double. That
Game
is
shot on the fourth
majestic
flag. Tom Lonsdale.
from Tom Lonsdale, and we saw the celebration from him. That says to me he knows the scoreline he needs. How important
Fifth leg, it's David to
that
throw
leg
first.
is.
Game on.
Tom Lonsdale is on the cusp of qualifying for Group B.
59.
And no treble from David there as opened the door early on in this leg.
81. $140.
But that's a much better reply. 140 gives him the slight advantage again because he has the darts.
100. $83.
Last start finds the treble. Tom really needs a 2 treble visit here.
140.
And finds one. Slightly in front, but not enough to be a full-blown opportunity yet.
59.
But it might be now. No treble. Potentially a couple of moments away.
43.
He slipped into the treble one.
David, you require 160.
That's not what he wanted. Needed 2 treble 20s for tops, and that's not going to go.
60.
Tom Lonsdale,
Tom, you require
137
137.
to win it in style. To win it in style.
Game
That is
shot.
absolutely
Undermatch. Tom
magnificent from
Lonsdale.
Tom Lonsdale. A 137 finish to book his place in Group B. We told you at the start he needed to win 4-2 or better, and he has done exactly that. 4-1 win for him. A moment of magic to seal his passage into Group B. And now we're going to go upstairs for some reaction.
Thank you very much, Phil. Well, if you're going to book it like that, a 137 finish.
And 4 from 4 on the doubles as well. First time we've seen 100% checkout rate from any player this week. And what a time to do it as well. In the game where we're starting to talk about the possibility of getting into that Group B, just get over the line at the key point, which is that final fixture.
So those results from today's action, all 15 games have come and they have gone. Just want to quickly continue talking about Tom, because perhaps on Monday there was times when maybe we were labelling at his door. When opportunities came, he passed them by, and we were wondering whether that could be possibly the pattern of play for him this week. But credit where credit's due. As the day's gone along, in clutch moments today, he came up with all the answers.
It was Monday when he didn't. What's Monday mean on a Wednesday afternoon? It doesn't anymore. That just sort of shapes the pattern a little bit. It's all about the big moments. They're not big moments on Monday, they're just moments. And he was a debutant. It was his first day here. He went into that game for the first time where we go, right, he needs a result here, and he needs it by a score. It's not just a case of winning the match. He went into the match, he won it by the score with the leg in hand as well, and possibly one of his best performances. In terms of performance-wise, numbers-wise, nothing's going to beat the 113 he put in yesterday, but in terms of moments and in terms of when he needed it, that's performance of the week.
And in terms of tomorrow night and in terms of Group B, you look at what he's done over the last 3 days and you think he's got every chance of getting out there and making a final debut.
I don't think when we look at this week's Group B that you can really discount anybody. I think Group B is actually quite wide open this week. I think it's Group C where the problems lie, and I think Group C is the one which you ideally want to avoid because the 3 players coming into that have serious pedigree.
Indeed they do, but one man doesn't have to worry about any groups on Thursday and Friday is Rhys Robinson. Now, we've been enjoying watching him this week, haven't we? And shall we have a look at those 3 tops again?
It was one of those that you sort of knew it was going to come. You knew he was going to have a go at it. He had an attempt at the 3 bullseyes as well. He was just getting into that mode where silly things happen with Rhys Robinson, and he just took it in his stride, which for me was the big surprise.
The best bit about it is the celebration there. It was a la Jude Bellingham, wasn't it?
The Was there even a celebration? It was just sort of like a little wander around. I've just took out 3 tops, you know, that's what I do, was sort of the attitude. And I don't know what it's going to take to get a celebration out of him. Maybe winning another weekly title.
Well, Reece Robson is definitely the dictionary definition of he's him, because he's got previous on doing this whole tops. In fact, this is the 3rd time he's done it in this competition. This was last time out against Andy Bolton.
And it's kind of becoming a little bit more normal, isn't it? I remember when Jose de Sousa hit in the Premier League, it ruined Wayne Mardle. He had to have a few days off to get over it. But nowadays, we're seeing it so much more often, and it's weird how shots like that just cotton on throughout the darting world.
And I tell you what, one thing about Reece is, he's one of those characters you just can't help but enjoy watching. I mean, even up here on the balcony, he's probably turned into one of the best interviews I've got up here at the minute, because he's just a fun character. I mean, he had me in stitches earlier.
You just don't know what you're going to get from him, which it makes it very awkward to try and commentate on. But on the same aspect, it's different. It's a little bit fun. We don't want robots. We don't want people doing the same things. We don't want people just mechanically going round in circles. And he gives us that little bit of difference. And that's why it's been quite a spicy week.
However, I'm going to be that boring guy right now and say that maybe at times can we accuse him of being too extravagant. Maybe sometimes you just got to put the business head on a little bit.
You'd be the second person to accuse him of that, because I've been accusing him of it all day. And at points, I even got to the point where I said, I'm no longer going to sit here debating it. I'm just going to pass it to Phil Bars. Phil Bars can do it. I'm not doing it no more. And so many often times in the matches when Reece Robinson was on, you heard the cry of, Phil, help me out a bit here, Phil. You know, I don't know how to describe what I'm seeing sometimes. So I'll pass it, and hopefully Phil can help me out.
Find out what's happening tomorrow then. Right, let's have a look at the table. This is how things finalise in Group A. Reece Robinson, the victor, by 4 points from Lee Cox. Tom Lonsdale pipping Jarno Bottenberg to the post. As far as Group B darts is concerned, on legs difference, David Schlichting finishing on 12. But Steve Brown finishing the campaign strong.
Very strong. And who saw that coming? After Game 3, when he averaged 65 with the change of darts, I really feared for Steve Brown. And I thought, is he even going to be able to get anything positive out of this campaign, to the point where he's probably going to come in tomorrow with multiple sets of darts and not really sure in what he's doing? That last performance against Reece Robinson, backing up the performance against Lee Cox. And when we look at the pedigree of the players, he probably lost to the 3 weaker players, the 3 debutant players, the 3 inexperienced players. So when you got to the back end of the day, he's playing Lee Cox and Reece Robinson, you think he's going to have another day here where he goes through the card without a victory. He beat the toughest 2 players. That's positive going into tomorrow.
Well, let's have a look at the tournament bracket now, because we completed our first group of the week. Thursday sees B and C come into play. Well, let's start with Group C, because we thought right from the onset, before dart was even thrown, we thought this could well be the strongest group of the week. You look at James Richardson winning ADC titles left, right and centre. Andy Hamilton, we know the pedigree he's got. And Scott Taylor, who seems to have a formula for this competition.
That Group C is just another Group A, but with 2 qualification places rather than 1. That's all we're seeing there with that. And I say the pedigree of the group and what they've done before here. I'm really impressed with Jarno Bottenberg. If he can just get that line of consistency together, I think he could be a major threat in that group as well. And because of that, take your pick. How are you going to pick 2 out of that? Now, I hope you don't ask me.
Pick 2.
I said, I hope you don't ask me, so I'm just going to pretend I didn't hear that question. It's a horrific group to try and pick. We've got the group favourite in there before a dart was even thrown in, Scott Taylor. Obviously, Reece Robinson now, after winning Group A, has gone up to be the group favourite. But Scott Taylor, you're loving trying to stitch me up, aren't you? They're trying to pick 2 out of that. But Scott Taylor's got to be up there on the outrights.
And Group B?
Oh, that one's going to be... Take your pick again, out of 3 or 5. I know it's my job to stand here and give predictions and to sort of see which way it's going to go. I think I'm going to need a bit more time to look into this Group B, because at the moment, on the first inspections and first looks of that Group B, it looks like it literally could be any result. I wouldn't be surprised to see someone get cut away at the bottom of the table, not winning a match. And at the same aspect, I wouldn't be surprised to see one of those groups we get where everyone's level on points. It's a very evenly matched back end of the week, and I think everyone's gone where they should be.
The good news is I won't be asking you any more bus throwing questions on the balcony this week.
Thank you.
We'll do it in the commentary box instead tomorrow. Matt, thank you for your company as ever. Thank you for your company at home. Remember, we resume 1 o'clock here at the Super Series. That's on the YouTube channel for going live on Sporty Stuff TV from 3 o'clock. Chris Murphy's going to be stood in this spot. As far as Group A is concerned, well, Mr. Must-See was the highlight attraction. Well, Reece Robinson was the tops player.